Welcome to the Sewing Report. I'm Jen and we are live from the sewing room. It is Sunday. It's a great day and my plan is to make some more zipper pouches, but I'm going to be using a different pattern. This is not my own pattern. The information will be linked in the description box. I am going to be sewing the Petal pouch by Noodlehead Patterns. I've had this pattern for quite a while. This is a PDF digital pattern, and the link to the Noodlehead website is linked below. I believe it's about $7 USD, and I've had this pattern for a while. It's been a hot second since I've made it, so I'm gonna give it another go. I've got all my supplies, and the hope with these live streams is just a place to hang out and chat, and also for anyone curious or who just wants to see what the sewing process is like. I want to show a real-time example of how long things actually take, what I'm actually doing, and I just think in this world of TikTok and Instagram Reels, a little bit of slow sewing may be a good thing. Welcome if you are watching on the live chat or on the replay. And a couple quick notes before we start. I do have a multi-camera setup if you are new here. So this is camera one. This is sort of a head-on camera. We've got camera 2, which is overhead. We have camera 3, which is a sewing machine camera. And after reviewing last week's live stream, I decided to move it a little bit, zoom in a little bit, because I felt like I wasn't quite close up enough. So I've made a little bit of changes, but I think that's a good thing. You know, you live and you learn. And as I do these live streams, hopefully they get better and better. And then this is sort of a picture-in-picture camera, so you can see what, you can kind of see me, but also get a good look at what I'm doing as well. So I may be using these cameras. Leave me a comment or a chat. Also, I would appreciate, you can hit that like button, subscribe to Sewing Report Live if you enjoy this type of show. I'm hoping to be able to do this a couple times a week. And I didn't do any prep work, so this is probably going to take me a while. So what I hope to accomplish today, I'm going to be making like a batch. I'm going to show you more batch sewing. So I'm hoping to make a set of 5 pouches. So the Noodlehead Petal pouch, this is a really cute sort of like curved zipper pouch. So the top is curved, and then there's these little darts that you sew. So it's kind of nice because you don't have to box out the corners, and you can sew the bottom part in one continuous line. This is a lined pattern, and this is the large size and this is the small size. I've made this before, so I made some templates out of cardboard just so it would be a little bit easier. And then I also cut out the pattern pieces because I cut out the stitch line for the little darts, so I'm going to be using that to mark my stitch lines so I know over at the sewing machine what I need to be doing. If you're interested in this pattern, I've linked it below in the description box. You do need to buy this pattern. It is not a free one. I'm also not going to be like showing the actual PDF instructions, just because out of respect to the Noodlehead pattern designer. Obviously, this is a paid pattern. So I'll be showing you what I'm doing, but I'm not going to be showing, or, I'm a little bit, I'll have to kind of take things as they go, because I don't want to give too much away where you wouldn't have to buy the pattern to see what's going on. But hopefully if you are working on this pattern or something similar, this can provide some inspiration and some help for you. And we'll see how far we get. This is probably going to be about at least a 2-day process. I'm very slow, so if I can get the pattern pieces cut out and everything today, that would be cool. I got some new zippers. This pattern requires a 6-inch zipper for the small pouch and a 10-inch zipper for the large one. I got these zippers from Wawak Sewing, and they were a great price. And I ordered a bunch of different zippers because I'm going to be making some zipper projects in the next, few months or so. And you kind of realize that different projects require so many different zipper lengths. It's always nice to have a variety of zippers in your stash so that you can choose the right project for it. So I got these from Wawak. These were less than $1, I believe. And if you bought like 10 or more, something like that, or maybe 8, you got like a bit of a discount. I really like these. They have gold hardware, and these are size, I think, these are not size 5 zippers. I think these might be 4.5, but the zipper tape is pale pink, which I thought was really cute. And the fabric I'm using is from my stash. I've had this forever, and I've been trying to figure out what to make with this fabric because it's so pretty. I think this is all, let's see here. I think this is mostly from the Ruby Star line, which all kind of goes together. So I've got this, here, let me go to camera 2. I've got this strawberry canvas, which is, I just love this fabric. It's so cute and summery, and I've been trying to think of what I'm going to do with it for a while now. So, and I apologize, this fabric is out of print, so I think all of this is going to be a little bit hard to find, but I really wanted to try to use up my stash. So, hopefully, yeah, if you're interested in this, there's lots of similar fabric that Ruby Star puts out, but I like canvas. I am going to be interfacing my fabric still with Petal Shape Flex 101. So you've got this strawberry canvas. This is actually going to be the lining for the smaller pouch. I'm going to use this canvas with the gold metallic on it. And I'm not sure, so I've got these two fabrics. They're kind of similar. They're both kind of pink with some orange, and they've got gold metallic. So I'm going to be using the strawberry fabric for the outside of the larger pouches, and I'm going to be using one of these two for the outside of the smaller pouch. I'm thinking about using this floral fabric just because the print is a little bit smaller. So because the smaller petal pouch, again, because it's smaller, I need to be mindful and not choose a huge print so you can actually see what it is. So this print is a little bit bigger, so I'm thinking about doing this as the lining for the larger pouch. I'm not 100% sure though. And a quick note, I just want to give a shout out to today's live stream sponsor, the Sewing Report Etsy shop, where you can find fabric and sewing supplies. A lot of the things I use in my live streams and videos are from my own Etsy shop. So I really appreciate all of the support. And after like last week's live, I got a bunch of sales on Sunday, so I really appreciate everything. A lot of the fabric is currently on sale. And I'm adding to it all the time. So if you are looking for some great sewing supplies, definitely check out my Etsy shop, and it is a way to support what I'm doing because I currently don't do any sponsors or anything like that. All right, let's go back here. So we're going to go ahead and get started with things. I'm going to remove my name from the screen just because I don't really want that to get in the way of everything. So I'm going to take my little name graphic off here, but hope everyone's doing great today. And I'm also probably going to be doing, I was talking a lot last week, and just for my voice and everything, I'm probably going to be talking a little bit less. So this may be kind of an ASMR type of thing too. So that could be cool, but I just got to be I really do need to be mindful of my voice and everything like that. So anyways, we will get started with the petal pouches. So there's a lot that goes into sewing if you're new to it, or if you're over here and you're like, I don't know anything about sewing. But even before you start sewing, there's a lot of stuff to do. There's a lot with ironing, there's a lot with pressing, and you often have to, so I need to press all of this fabric. I also need to figure out how much I need to make. So I'm going to make 5 of each pouch. So I'm going to make 5 small pouches and then 5 larger pouches. So obviously I need a lot more fabric for the larger one, and I need to cut out, I decided I'm going to, I think I'm going to interface the fabric first, and then I'm going to cut it out. So I need to figure out how much fabric I need for all of this, and how much interfacing, and then cutting out the pattern pieces. So that's really the first step to do. So I love this strawberry fabric. That was so cute. I am loving it. All right, so let me put on the picture-in-picture camera. So I've got my pressing board here. I've got my iron, and I am going to be using my, I'm not going to say the name because I do not support this brand. I did buy a lot of stuff. Y'all know what it is. but I have an easy press. I'm just going to say what it is. You can get a generic one from Amazon, so you don't have to buy that brand name if you don't want to. But I find it's pretty good for pressing out large pieces of fabric. You can do it very quickly. So I'll usually spritz it with a water bottle and then just press it out. I keep the temperature at about 400. So I need to figure out though, first, like how much of this I really need. Isn't this the cutest fabric though? I think this would be great for, and I'm also going to add a little loop on the pouch as well. So I need to do a lot. I need to do a lot of like prep work today. So this is more of like a hangout and chat sort of a situation here. If I can get to the sewing machine today, that would be great. I don't know how much I'm going to be doing that, but that's why this is real time live from the sewing room so you can see everything. But I need to figure out, I'm not even sure how much, is this a yard? I honestly don't. I think this is, I think this is about, let's see here. Yeah, all right, so I ordered about a yard of this canvas. It is a little bit thicker than your standard quilting cotton, so it'll add a little more structure to the pouch, but I'm going to interface this anyways just for some additional stability. I want the pouches to kind of stand up on their own and not be too flimsy, so I need to interface. Let's see here. So I think I can maybe get a sense of how much I need. Let's see. And also, because this is a directional, it's not totally directional. I could do either way, but obviously I can't cut out the pouches like this because then the strawberries would be, be kind of in the wrong orientation. So I need to trace and cut out my pieces like this so that the strawberries are up and down. All right, so let's see how many of this I can get across. I'm not even sure what, let's see. I think the width of canvas is also a little bit longer. Okay, or actually no. All right, so the width of this is actually still about 44 inches. So it's really about the same as regular quilting cotton. All right, so I need to cut out 10. So to make 5 pouches, I need to cut out 10 of these. Actually, I don't even think it'll be as much as I think, to be honest with you. So let's see here. So I'm actually going to try to cut this like this way. So instead of cutting it, cutting pieces like this, I think I'll try to go with the fabric here. All right, so I don't need to be super exact, but I just need to know, like, all right, so here's 1, 2. Okay, so I think I can get about 3 across. So I can get about 3 across here. Yeah, generous. Let's see here. All right, let me try that again. All right, so 1, 2, almost 4, but not quite. 3, yeah, it's not going to make it for 4. So, all right. And again, this is just all part of the process. So I can get 3, 2, 3. All right, so here's 3, and I need to cut, 5 total, or 10 total. Okay, so 3. So, all right, so I know I can cut 3 this way. So I need at least 1, let's see, 1, 2, okay. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, okay. And I'm gonna need at least 1 more because, this is only 9. So I actually am gonna need a lot of this, most of the yardage for this. So that's good to know. So I am going to be interfacing. All right. Trying to figure out if it would be easier to trace everything first. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so I know I need at least this much. And then I need like 1 extra. I wish this wasn't directional because I could probably cut 1 this way, but that's not really going to work. Okay, so, all right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I pretty much need to interface the whole thing. So this is going to be fun. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to press this fabric. Yeah, I pretty much need this whole piece. Although I could figure out, I wonder if it would be easier for me to just figure out how much I need this way and then sort of cut. What should I do? Should I try to just figure out how much this is and then kind of roughly estimate it? Maybe we'll do that instead. All right, so let's see. This piece is about 11. Let's see here. All right, so this is about 11 inches. Okay, so about 11 inches total. Actually, yeah, 11. Actually, about 11 and probably about 12. Okay, so about 12 inches by 12 by 7. Okay, so I need about a 12. So in order to cut one of these, I need about a 12 inch by 7 inch piece. Yeah, so 12 inch by 7. Okay. So maybe I can do some math and stuff. Wonder if that would kind of work out. See, guys, this is the tough part, is trying to figure out how much you need. And I don't know if you've been there in your sewing room, but this happens to me all the time. Okay. So I need about 12 by 7. All right, let me times that, let's use the calculator. All right, let me use the calculator and we'll try to figure it out. All right, so 12 inches across. Let's see, all right, so 12 by, actually, let's see here. So 12 by 3. All right, so I need about, yeah, literally 36. Okay, well, so 36 inches. So I need at least 36 inches across here. So almost the whole thing. Let's see here, yeah. It's about 36 by, let's see, 7 by 3. Oh, equals 21. Oh, wait, hold on a second. So 7 by 3 equals 21. Let's see, plus an additional 7. So I need a piece of fabric for this that's at least 36 by 28 this way. Okay. So 36 by 28. All right, so let's, this is gonna be fun, guys. This is gonna be fun. All right, I'm gonna move some of this away. All right, so we'll do this first. All right, I'm gonna move this to the other table for a little bit. So we'll go ahead and do that. All right, let me put the overhead camera back on. All right, I'm gonna move some of this stuff out of the way here. Just for a little bit. Might need more interfacing too than I set aside, so we might do that as well. If you're just tuning in, we are making the Noodlehead Petal pouch, and I'm going to be trying to make 10 pouches total and see how long it takes me. I think it's gonna take me a while, especially since I'm trying to figure out like the math for all this. All right, so first thing I'll do, I'm gonna turn on my press and I'm gonna start ironing the fabric. So yeah, this stuff takes time. I've got my zippers over here. All right. And this is like a DIY ironing press I made. So it's basically a piece of plywood that's 24 by 24. I covered it with some batting, and then I covered it. I usually replace this every once in a while. This is a canvas cover, and this was really cheap. This was before the price of plywood got jacked up during the pandemic, but I've been using this as a pressing board for a while. I like it a lot. It was, very cheap to make. So that, if you're on a budget, make your own pressing board. Just go to the hardware store, and I think I got this at Lowe's. They sold pieces that were 24 by 24. So all I had to do really was so you don't have to cut any wood. This is one of the pre-cut sizes you could get at the hardware store. I don't know how much plywood is now, but at the time it was really not very expensive. Okay, so we're gonna be pressing our fabric. So here is my sort of trick for pressing large pieces of fabric. Isn't this salvage? You know what, I think I'm saving my salvages for some type of salvage project. I think I'm going to really, make the effort to cut this off continuously so that I can save the selvage. It's so pretty. All right, so I've got my press set at like 400 degrees. It's heating up. And I'm just gonna take, this is a spray bottle I got from the dollar store or something. And I usually only put filtered water in it. So I don't put tap water in it. I wanna make sure my water is like as clean as possible. So I use filtered water. I get the fabric damp with the spray bottle, so I'm not using a steam iron or anything. And then all I do is take the press and then like go over it. This isn't quite hot yet, but you can really knock out bigger pieces of fabric in no time. So you can do different temperatures. So this will get a little bit hotter. So let me give it another minute or so. And if you've noticed, I cleverly covered up the company logo here, so it says Sewing Report instead. All right, let me get a little more water on here. And this may shrink the I've noticed there's a little bit of shrinkage with the canvas, but that's kind of good because this is cotton canvas. So a little bit of shrinkage will be good, especially if you plan to gently wash this later on. So I'm okay with it getting a little bit of shrinkage here. All right, so, all right, the press is still heating up a little bit here. And for everyone watching, I'm going to take a few, I'm not going to read every comment as they come in. So we'll be taking some breaks and reading comments. So if you are commenting, I see them and I really appreciate them. We are going to have some designated times for reading them. So maybe every like half an hour or so, something like that. So, and if you didn't notice, I did actually take last week's live stream and turn it into a regular video over on the main channel. So if you haven't seen that yet, I condensed like a 4 hour and 45 minute live stream into a 30-minute video or a 40-minute video. So it's still a fairly long walkthrough, but obviously a lot shorter than the actual live stream. So if you aren't into, I did that for people who aren't really into the live streams but still wanted the walkthrough tutorial. I think it ended up pretty good. It took me way longer to edit than I thought it would. So I think I need to kind of maybe like think about my approach and not have it be like a full-on tutorial, but more of like a making process video, just so that it doesn't take me forever to edit. It took me like a week to edit, and that's just way too long. So I think I'm going to be doing something a little bit different in the future, but that is up now. If you are interested, it's about 4 easy hacks that you can do to really any zipper pouch pattern or tutorial. I used mine as the example, but you can use whichever zipper pouch, pattern or tutorial you have. So, okay. And so you can see what I'm doing here is I'm just shifting around the fabric on top of my pressing board, and then I'm just going to different areas. So it's really not too bad. Okay. We're going to move this around again. And you notice how quickly the pressing goes if you're using a press and then you're just using a large pressing surface. It really goes by pretty quickly. I'm not doing like small areas at a time. I'm able to get pretty large cuts done quickly. This is only a yard, but you can see it's really not that bad. Also, I am a little bit congested today, so it's kind of the story of my life, but you may hear a little bit of coughing or clearing my throat every once in a while. I apologize for that. It's just, yeah, something I do. And if there's sort of a stubborn crease, I'll just sort of sit on it for a minute. But I don't really have to press. Okay, sometimes, yeah, this happens. Sometimes it'll get an error. I don't know why, but I just have to turn it off and then turn it back on again. This happens fairly often. Okay. I'm going to turn this off for a few minutes. Okay, so now I've got this, you know, large piece here. So, and I kind of thought as I was doing this, so the width of 3 of these would be about 21 inches. So I think what I'm actually going to do is cut 21 inches and then I'll cut an additional rectangle for the 10th pattern piece so that I'm not cutting, so that I'm not putting interfacing on a large section that I don't need, if that makes any sense. All right, so I'm also going to fold this in half. So we're going to fold this in half for cutting and everything. So I need this to be about 21 inches. And then I'll interface the whole piece. I shouldn't have, you know, too many. The scraps on this should be fairly small. Like, and they wouldn't be usable pieces anyways, so I don't feel too bad about interfacing the whole thing. And it would just be, it's just going to be easier for me overall to interface a very large piece of fabric versus doing each pattern piece individually. I think that would just take forever. All right, so I'm folding this in half by the selvage. All right, I'm going to move we're going to move this away for a second. I know this is going to be kind of a pain in the butt because I'm going to have to keep moving things in and out here. So we're going to do that. All right, so we will just put this over to the side for a second. All right, so I need this to be 21 inches. All right, yeah, there's too much, yeah, there's kind of too much stuff here, so this is going to be, maybe what I'll do, okay, so because, yeah, I think I got an idea. So because this is like a little, you know, because I've got so much stuff over here for like the computer stuff, I'm basically going to mark some dots on the fabric and then I'll just use those to cut. So let me get my ruler out. And I did bust open a brand new marking pen. All right, so I'm going to, all right, make a mark for, oh yeah, and I need to cut off, you know what, the first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna cut off the selvage. I wanted to do that because it's so pretty. I just really don't want, I really want to keep this intact. All right, so I'm going to be, wait, actually, I don't need to cut off this section. All right, well first, all right, let me take this apart. First, we'll cut the selvage off because I really do want to save this. And guys, you can see, like, you'll be able to see too by this live stream how slow I really am in real life. It's not a fast process for me making stuff, and you'll be able to see why my videos take forever to do. So if that was helpful for you, awesome. All right, yeah, so much stuff getting in the way here. All right, so I'm gonna cut off I just really wanna save the selvage. It's so pretty. It's bright blue. I mean, when do you see that? It's not very often. So the first thing I'll do is I'll cut off the selvage. All right, let's see. I'm gonna use, all right, we'll use these strawberries as sort of a guideline. I don't know, just so I can have a pretty good width here. Okay, so we'll cut this off. I just really want to save this. It's so pretty. That I gotta save this. All right, let me put, all right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this in I keep all my salvages in like a little basket. And one of these days, I'm gonna do something with them. I promise you, I will do something with them one of these days. Okay. We'll do some sort of salvage project. Maybe I can do a zipper pouch, which seems to be becoming a thing here. Okay. All right, so we'll fold this in half. So I need 21 inches this way, and then an additional rectangle for the 10th piece. So I know it's hard. I know I don't need 9 pieces, so that wouldn't really make any sense, but you know, it'll be okay. All right, so I don't think it has to be super exact. Let's see here. All right, I'm trying to line up the strawberries so that they're somewhat even. Okay, this seems okay. All right, so I need 21 inches. So let me mark this with, so because my cutting mat, like everything's kind of in the way, I'm just gonna mark a 21-inch line, or a 21-inch measurement on either side, and then we'll just cut it. And again, this doesn't have to be super exact because this is just for pattern pieces, so it's really not like a huge deal. Okay, so I marked 21 inches, and then we'll just cut this. Okay. All right, so you can see, I'm just basically connecting the dots here. So this is one line. Let's see, actually. All right, this seems to be okay. So it just doesn't have to be super exact. All right, so now I've got this whole piece left. So all of this is going to be pattern pieces for the pouch. So I need to interface this entire section. So this is going to be kind of a big job here. So yeah, this whole section has to be interfaced. And then I also need one more. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of pouches here. I also need one more for, oh, I think my stuff fell off the table. Okay, let me go grab that stuff. Where did it, okay, confused here. All right, and because that's only enough for 9, I need one more. So I'm just gonna figure out what I need here. Yeah, too bad you can't cut it this way, because this would actually be pretty ideal, but it's, you know, obviously I need this oriented with the strawberries up and down. Okay, so I need a piece, actually, you know what, I'm just gonna sort of, for this piece, because I already kind of see, I can kind of see what I need. I'm just gonna like roughly trace this, and then I'll sort of cut around so I know. So I kind of know I just need it like here and here. So that's what we'll do for the 10th piece, and then I'll interface that piece separately, I guess. So we'll do that. really sure where my instructions went for this pattern, but hey, that's okay. And then I need to interface all of these. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work. I need to interface all of these pieces. Okay, so yeah, this is just, you know, this is just the process of everything. So I wanted you to be able to see that. And for anyone who's, you know, I also really want this live stream to be for people who don't sew and are just sort of curious about it. You can see what actually goes into making a project. Okay, so, all right. Oh, I cut a little far, but it'll be all right. All right, so this is what I need for here. And I have a lot of, luckily I have a lot of interfacing. And also so people can see what goes, I want everyone to see what goes into this projects in terms of time and materials. I mean, this interfacing isn't cheap. Like the interfacing can be kind of pricey. The zippers cost money, the fabric costs money. So for anyone watching who doesn't sew, and you see people on Etsy or you see people at craft shows, and you're wondering why they're charging more than a zipper pouch you could get at Target, this is why. It's because this stuff is, like these supplies are, they're fairly expensive to buy. And then you spend, you know, this is gonna be like a 2-day process to make like probably 10 pouches. So I mean, so you can start to get the idea of how much time and money goes into handmade stuff. And it's not insignificant. So if this could be helpful to you, awesome. And that's really what the purpose of this is. I want this live stream to be for sewists as a community place to convene and chat, but I also want to welcome in people who are not familiar with sewing so they can see what's going on. Sort of like, have you ever gone to like the fair or some other sort of event and there's like an artisan glass blower or something and people just watch them make stuff? That's what I want this live stream to be. Just a place where you could watch stuff be made. So that was sort of my idea behind doing all of this, was so that people can see what actually goes on to make things like this. All right, so I've got, actually I wonder if this piece of interfacing, so I have a scrap piece. Actually, I think this would probably work. Maybe, maybe? No, this is like just too small. So I'm gonna use this piece of interfacing for the smaller pouches. I had a scrap piece, it's not, bummer, it's not big enough. Not big enough. All right, and I don't know what happened, but I am literally missing, I honestly don't know what happened to it, but I'm missing the pattern pieces. Or, okay, never mind, I just found it. I misplaced the instructions for all of this. Okay, so the next thing we'll do is I will go ahead and interface all of this stuff. So we'll do that, we'll cut out, yeah, this is gonna take me forever to cut stuff out, guys. Like this is not a fast process at all. So you can see how many hours, and at the end of this all, I'm gonna estimate, we'll put together some stats on how long this took and like how long each pouch took on average. It's gonna be a lot. So, all right, so I've got my pressing station back over. All right, so now I'm going to get my interfacing out, and the good thing is with this, I just need to make sure it covers this whole piece. So as long as it covers this whole piece, then that's what I need. So, all right, so we'll do that. Actually, and I don't even know, I'm not even sure this is gonna cover the whole piece. I may have to cut more. Actually, wait, I think it's gonna be all right. So this is my interfacing. I just need to make sure it covers this whole section, which might. I think I actually cut it okay. And I just sort of guesstimated it too. Like I wasn't real precise with it. Actually, yeah, okay, so this is, yeah. Sewing to, wait, is it gonna cover? Yes, it will. Okay, I think it's gonna be all right. All right, so I just need to cover, wait, and actually, I can cut off a little bit more. Right, you know, hold on a second. I don't need to do this whole piece because I just need enough to go around 3 times. All right, so I just need 1. Okay, so I need like, here we go. So I just need 1, okay, 2, and then I'm going to cut the rest of this off. Okay, 2, let's see here. So we got 1, 2, all right. So that's another thing I can do. All right, so I need to cut off 2 and then 3. Okay. All right, so I'm going to actually cut off, so there's a whole section I don't need to, so I actually can cut this off right here, so I can save this fabric for another project, have a little scrap. So I can actually cut this whole thing off. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. And I'm going to use these strawberries here as a guideline for my cutting. So I don't want to use interfacing if I don't have to, because that would be a waste of material. So we're just going to cut this whole strip off so that I don't have to worry about cutting interfacing for this part. So this is kind of how I'm figuring out. Yeah, I don't do a lot of batch sewing, but hopefully maybe this will give you some ideas if you're doing your own batch sewing, that you can, hopefully this helps you as I'm figuring it out. You can figure it out too and see if there are some things you can do to be more efficient or just, make a better project. I'm hoping to list these in the Etsy shop, these finished pouches. I've never sold handmade stuff before. So I figured, why not give it a shot? All right, so this is the piece I need to interface. Actually, I do kind of need to press. This little area needs to be pressed again. So we'll just go ahead and do that. Okay. So we're gonna do this whole big section here. Okay. So I'm taking my interfacing and I'm putting it glue side down just to sort of fit it onto the, basically just sort of trying to do a rough fit onto the fabric to see how much of this I need. All right, all right, so yeah, this is definitely going to be enough. All right, so, all right. So I think what I'll start doing is I'm just going to start fusing it to the fabric and then I'll cut off the excess. So we'll try that. Okay. I think this will be good. Yeah, okay. This looks pretty good. So I've got it sort of going down the table here. So I'm just going to spritz this with water and sort of get this into place. And just sort of start getting it fused to the fabric. I'm going to finish it afterwards, but I'm just going to give it a head start here just so that it sticks to the fabric well enough for me to cut around it. Okay, so yeah, so you can see this is already, or maybe not. It's sort of tacking to the fabric a little bit. Let me get some more water here. Get it up to the edges here. All right, and I'm going to move this down the table a little bit and keep going. So this is how I'm doing a very large section at once here. All right, here we go. All right, yeah, this isn't going too badly so far. All right, and actually maybe I'll cut out the, the good thing is I don't have to interface the lining fabric, so that should be a little bit easier just because I just have to press that fabric. And I actually don't really have to cut it because I don't have to interface it. So I can just trace that out as is. So I shouldn't have any real waste. I shouldn't have any real like wasted fabric there. So that should be a little bit better. All right. So let's get this. So I have a lot of interfacing left too to do stuff with. Okay, so there's just one little section here. It's just this section. All right, so we'll just sort of fuse this. Okay, so now you're probably like, what are you doing, Jen? So I'm going to show you what I'm doing. I'm going to flip this over. Now this isn't totally fused to the fabric, and that's okay, because I'm basically just using this as a guide for what I need to cut out. So I'm just going to go around and cut out the rest of this. So I'm going to cut here, and then I'm going to cut here. So this is a bunch of extra stuff. So I'm basically just cutting off the extra stuff that I don't really need. So, all right, let's get the scissors back out. And we'll just be cutting out this. And actually, let me get the craft scissors because this is glue. All right, so I just need to go around and I just cut around, basically just cut a little bit inside where the fabric is. Again, this does not have to be at all precise because I'm just tracing and cutting out pattern pieces, so it really doesn't matter too much. Really doesn't matter too much how exact this is. I just want the interfacing to be a little bit smaller than the fabric so that I don't get glue on the press. All right, so let's do this to this side. This isn't too bad. And then, yeah, I think we'll just start, we'll trace and cut some pieces here just to kind of break things up from the monotony. So it's not so I'm not doing like one thing for such a long time. So we got to cut out, so I need to cut out 10 of these to make 5 pouches. Yeah, I'm pretty slow. As you can see, I'm not super fast at this. And then I'll just set aside the, so I'm gonna need to finish fusing the interfacing because again, I didn't do this real well, just sort of enough to get by until I cut everything. All right, so now I cut the excess off. Then I can start doing other stuff. Okay, so this is my extra interfacing. So I should be able to use this for, other pouches. And I'm gonna need, obviously I'll need less fabric for the small pouches because they're so much smaller. But, all right, so let me set this aside. I might need some more interfacing. I have plenty more. I have a couple rolls of it. So I shouldn't need, all right, so let me put, oh wait, and I need this piece. Forgot about this guy. All right, so let me cut a piece that's big enough. Oh, I really hope this piece is about, if this piece is like about right, that would be awesome. Oh, and it is. Okay, perfect. All right, so this is pretty, this isn't exact, but it's like good enough. So I'm just gonna cut a piece off for this piece right here. So this is gonna be for the 10th piece because I had 3 across. So 3 rows of 3 would be 9 and I needed 1 more. All right, let me move this aside. Okay. All right, and I will go ahead and do a little bit of stuff with this. All right, so here we go. So I'm gonna start fusing this, but notice I'm going to stay away. I don't wanna get that glue on my press or my iron. So I'm going to start fusing this. And then I'll cut off the rest. So you just have to get, again, I'm not quite following the manufacturer's instructions. I'm doing things a little bit different, but I'm just gonna start fusing this. I just get my fabric damp. That's my way of doing it. So I get the fabric damp and then I fuse it in place. All right. And now for this, I just need to cut off, see, I just need to cut off this guy right here. All right, am I gonna have enough? Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I should still be, all right, cool. Yeah, so you see the pattern fits on there. And that's all I need to know. All right, so I'm gonna cut off this section here. I don't need this. I also have to cut, so I have to cut zipper tabs. I have to prep my zippers. Yeah, there's a lot to do. I should have done my prep work before, but I also, you know what? I'm glad I get to show this on camera so that everyone can see how much work this actually is. It's a lot. So if someone's making you a handmade gift or you're making these gifts, show them one of these live streams so they can see how long stuff actually takes, because it's a pretty long time. Okay. And if you're watching, welcome. Check the description box so you can get information on the pattern I'm making. This is the Noodlehead Petal pouch, and I've linked her website in the description box so you can see the pattern. You could buy the pattern. It is $7, so it's not a free pattern, but it's fairly inexpensive, and it comes with 2 different sizes. I think this is a really nice pattern. I've made it before. It's very cute. I like that it has a slightly curved shape, makes it a little bit different. And the fact that it has little darts on the corners means you don't have to box out the corners. So that's another plus for this pattern, so you can sew a continuous line. So that actually makes the project go a little bit faster. I also think to the larger pouch, I'm going to add a little bit of a, I'm going to add a little pull tab on the side. So I'll have to figure out what fabric I'm using. So you see, this is fused pretty well here. Yeah, it's not coming out or anything, so it should be okay. But yeah, you just have to kind of press and hold for a little bit. And I've got my press set at 400 degrees, probably a little too high, but hey, it'll be okay. Okay, so let me finish fusing the rest of this. Also, I'm gonna definitely need my lint roller a lot. I can already see there's just little bits getting on the everywhere. That kind of happens. All right, so let me finish fusing this piece, and I'm going to be just spritzing the top with water and pressing it. So you can see this isn't really attached to the fabric yet. It's a little bit, but not all the way. So we're just gonna do that and finish fusing everything. Fusing, I know it sounds kind of interesting, huh? Oh, and by the way, isn't that crazy? So I know, we'll cover a little sewing news. Have y'all heard about, I know everyone's heard about the Silicon Valley Bank failure, but a lot of Etsy sellers are getting caught up in the mess because apparently Etsy used Silicon Valley Bank as well. So some people are getting their payouts affected because Etsy is also a customer of Silicon Valley Bank. So if that's you, I'm really sorry to hear that. I know it's a huge mess, and I'm not an economist or any sort of financial expert, but it seems like even Etsy sellers who had nothing to do with, you know, who really you would think would have nothing to do with things, are being affected by what's going on with that bank. So if that's you, I'm really sorry to hear that. Hopefully everything gets straightened out. I know it's seems a little doomsday to me, but you know, after 2008, does anything really surprise us? I don't know. Woo, all right, I'm starting to see some steam rising up here. So yeah, I'm not using steam with the iron really, I'm just spraying it with water. All right, so I think I got this piece fairly good. Wow, we've already been streaming for an hour too. I'm really probably not going to get that much done today. If I can get the pieces cut out and stuff, that would probably be an accomplishment. Wow, I didn't realize. And I had to put the bunny in timeout because she was being a little bit naughty. So she is not roaming around right now because she decided she did not want to behave. So she is penned up right now and she's taking a nap. All right. I think we're about good with this section. All right, let me check it on the underside. All right, so see, this looks pretty nice. I like Petal Shape Flex 101 because it's a woven. It just is really nice to work with. It adds a little bit of body to your project, but it's not too like stiff or crunchy. Okay, so here we go. Let me move on. Okay, I'm getting the air. See, this happens like all the time. I don't know why. It'll just like it'll just get an error and then it'll turn off. So I don't know, maybe I'm using it as maybe I'm not using it the way they want me to, I don't know. All right, so I need to do this section here, but you see I'm able to fuse like pretty big sections with this method. And I'm like, okay, I'll just keep doing this because it works. Got my spray bottle. I may need some more water soon. Okay. So, and because I'm doing this, I think I'm helping to kind of shrink the canvas a little bit, which will be good in the long run if, you know, if these pouches ever get washed or anything. You know, Chronic Crafter, so they say, is it just the auto shut off? It turns off after an amount of time if you don't use the timer. And maybe that's it. Because I don't really use the timer a lot on this because I'm obviously using it for something else than doing like you know, HTV vinyl or whatever. So maybe, yeah, maybe that's why. I don't know. Kind of interesting, huh? All right. You know, maybe to keep things interesting, maybe I will start like, maybe I can at least sew the darts shut today so that there's some actual sewing time, something like that. So maybe we can do that. So we'll trace and cut out these main pieces for the large pouches. All right, let me turn this off for a little bit. Okay, so this is pretty well, so you can see, yeah, this is pretty well fused here. Let me just run over it one more time. Okay, just for good measure. All right. All right, so let's start cutting out or tracing the pattern pieces now. All right, so we'll start with this. Oh, and also I want to try out these scissors. Okay, so this is going to be sort of a quick unboxing and also a real-time review. Let me grab these. So I bought these scissors and I wanted to try serrated scissors because sometimes when I'm cutting fabric, especially slippery fabric, I feel like it kind of gets away from me, if that makes sense. So the fabric, if I'm cutting, the fabric will shift as I'm sewing it. So I got these Patchwork scissors. These are serrated scissors by Kai. I ordered them wholesale. I mean, maybe I'll stock them in the Etsy shop if I like them. They're 8.5 inches, and one of the blades has a serrated edge, and it's supposed to be good for kind of gripping the fabric better. So again, this is sort of a real-time unboxing and review. So let me open these up. I also got some pinking shears as well. They're okay. I think they're better than the IKEA ones I have, but I wish the handles were more comfortable. That's the only gripe I have about them, is that the handles are metal and they're not super comfortable. Okay, so let's open up these scissors. I like the purple color. I think that's super cute. So we'll give these a try in real time. All right, it's got a soft handle. These are pretty comfortable, and it comes with a little plastic sheath on it. All right, let's see which, okay, so clearly this is the serrated edge, and then this is the straight edge. All right, these are comfortable. I like the purple color a lot. I think that's cool. So we're gonna try, I'll try these out to cut out the pattern pieces, and we'll see like how I like them. I don't know, but these are really cute. And they weren't like crazy expensive, so maybe I'll stock them in the Etsy shop if, let me know if you're interested in these. And also I'll know too pretty quickly if I like them or not, but maybe I'll start stocking these because sometimes I just feel like cutting fabric is a little tricky when it, you know, especially when you first hit it with like the back of this, like the fabric sort of like moves. And I don't like that, but I think these serrated scissors might help with that. So that would be kind of cool. All right, so let's start tracing and cutting. I know we're getting to this part. I've got my pattern weights, which are washers from the hardware store. So we'll just do that. I probably don't need that many. So maybe like 5 or something. All right. So, all right, we're gonna start with the tracing and the cutting and see how far we can get with this whole thing. So let me get picture in picture. Okay, so when I'm tracing and cutting, so I mentioned this in the last live stream and in my other tutorial, but when I'm cutting out anything with the lining, I will trace out the pieces, and then for the main, oh wow, this just fits. For the main piece, like the outside fabric, I'll cut just outside the lines, and then for the lining piece, I'll cut just inside the lines, just so that the lining fits a little more snugly into the project, and it doesn't get all baggy. I find that kind of helps. All right, so let me try to, okay, so I think this should probably be okay. Let me try to, I'm just trying to make sure that the fabric lines up nicely and kind of even. So this looks all right, I think. So I'm gonna get some pattern weights on here, and I'm gonna let you know what I think about these scissors. All right, so I've got 6, this should be good. Let me get my marking pen out. All right, yeah, hopefully I don't mess these up too, because I'm hoping to put these in the Etsy shop for sale. So let's hope everything turns out okay with this. And I just made this template, so the pattern pieces, you get a half of one, and then you're supposed to cut on the fold. I just used that pattern to make a cardboard template of the whole thing, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, and I'm using this air-soluble marker, which is available in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. It's air and water soluble, so over time it'll disappear, or if you put water on it, it will disappear as well. And I'm just going to cut this just slightly on the outs, not like a noticeable amount, but like just slightly outside the lines. So, all right. And this card, again, I just used random cardboard I got with something. And again, this was like free. I also wrote down how many, I wrote down the seam allowance on the pattern just so I wouldn't forget. And then I also wrote how much of each one I need to cut, just so that I wouldn't forget. But okay. So let's try this out. All right. Oh, okay. I like these scissors. So far. All right, these scissors so far, yeah, it's gripping the fabric really nicely. I don't feel like the fabric is moving out from under the scissors, which is something that happens sometimes. All right. Yeah, I'm going to have a lot of scraps for this. So, I mean, they won't be big scraps or usable scraps, so, but there are definitely some parts where, oh, and I need to figure out what fabric I'm going to do for this. I might use scrap. I think I'll go through my scraps and see if I can find some good zipper tabs for this one. So maybe like a contrasting fabric. I feel like maybe a fun color like aqua or something would be good for this, just sort of so it has like a little bit of a pop of color. And I'm cutting just outside the lines, and I'm going to cut the lining just inside the lines. All right, and I'm probably going to shut up soon just because, again, I can start to feel my voice go a little bit hoarse. So, all right, this is going to be turned into an ASMR live stream right now. right, my trash can. All right. Trash can is like just off screen. I've got literally one pattern piece cut out right now, but this is the start of the pouch. So so the zipper is going to be attached on the curve. So that'll be a little interesting, but hopefully this will be able to help you as you are making these. All right, let's cut out some more pieces now. Trace and cut. I might have to put up my hair soon. All right, I have a clip. I've got like a little hair clip. I might need to do that. Again, this is real life, yo. Like this is real time in the sewing room. And so far, I gotta say, I really like these scissors. I think they're comfortable and the fabric really just grips, which is kind of nice. I never thought I would get a pair of serrated scissors, but this actually works pretty well for cutting fabric. I'm curious to try it out on slippery or very fine fabric just to see how they do. But these are fairly reasonably priced. I think they're cute and the handles are pretty comfortable. I have small hands for reference, so if you have much larger hands than me, these might be a little small for you, but for me, these fit okay. And these are by the brand Kai. This is not sponsored or anything. I bought these. I just wanted to do sort of like a real-time demo and review just as like a first impressions kind of thing. I might actually break that out for a separate video on the sewing report as well. So we'll see. Okay, so now it's time to cut out from the big piece. All right, so let's start tracing. And again, I'm trying to line this up. Yeah, I definitely need a hair clip. I'm trying to line this up so that the strawberries are kind of straight. So we'll see. Let me get my little hair clip here. Yeah, this is just not, my hair, guys, it's getting in the way. All right, so let me put this up. And let me know too in the chat or in the comments, I'm probably gonna do another live stream over the next couple days to finish these. What day and time for you would you be most interested or able to watch? Would it be like afternoon? Would it be evening? I'm gonna do it during the week sometime. So I'm not exactly sure when, but I want to get kind of a gauge on like when people are online and everything. So let me know what you think. Okay, does my hair look super crazy? I can't tell. Okay, I think it looks okay. All right, but my bangs are getting like pretty long. So, all right, let me try to put these bangs up too. Okay, put these up. All right, let me put the bangs with it. My bangs are getting way too long, so I need to get them. I think I have a haircut scheduled for like next month or something like that. Wow, I hope my hair doesn't look super weird. Okay, it looks super weird, but whatever. All right, so let's trace and cut some of these guys. Okay. All right, I'm actually just gonna move this whole thing up a little bit. Yeah, I don't even need to really take this off the fabric. I'm trying to get this lined up kind of straight. Hopefully this is good. Let's see here. Oh wait, am I gonna have enough room? Oh no. Uh-oh. Guys, I don't have enough. I think I cut this too short. What happened here? Oh no. I wonder if I can sort of make this work. Uh-oh. Let me try to kind of get this a little more. Oh crap. Did I really do this? I really did this. I don't have enough, I do not have enough room on here, so I'm gonna need to do a whole other section. Oh geez. Okay, well, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. I don't think I have enough space. I wonder, let me see if I have enough room down here. Hold on a second. 1, 2. Uh-oh. Well, all right, well, I probably could squeeze out some in here. All right, I'm probably gonna have to cut like, yeah. All right, well, I guess I'm gonna need one more from another piece. Wow, well, that was kind of a screw up. See, things don't always go right here in the sewing room, guys. Wow, okay, well, that was fun. Yeah, I'm probably gonna, I think I lost one pattern piece. You've got to be kidding me, right? No. All right, well, I guess my math was not very good on this. Not good at all. All right, well, yeah, I think I really did that. All right, so I did not cut the fabric wide enough to accommodate 3 pieces top to bottom. Well, but I think I could probably squeeze out. All right, so yeah, I think I could probably get 2 this way. So, okay, so I'm really just losing 1 piece. Maybe I'll cut a smaller, maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll cut like something small out of there. I don't know. All right, we're gonna have to see how this goes, but okay, I think I kind of screwed this up. I think I screwed up. Well, that'll be fun, right? I can't believe I did that. Well, hey, sometimes you live and you learn, right? That was definitely an error on my part. Oh, geez. All right, so yeah, I could probably do that. So I feel like, yeah, I might be able to squeeze, I don't know. I might be able to squeeze a piece out of there. We'll have to see. If not, I have like yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll figure out something to do with those. I'm definitely not going to waste the strawberry fabric, that's for sure. But I think I kind of, yeah, I think I made some errors there. Okay, that'll be fun. All right, well, let me cut this kind of close to here. Have y'all ever made mistakes like that? Where you kind of under or overestimate how much fabric you need for pattern pieces? Because I definitely just did that. And I may have also wasted some, I mean, I'll figure out something to do with those. That just kind of stinks. Yeah, that kind of stinks. But it'll be okay. It'll be all right. All right. Okay, I forgot to do this side. If you're just joining in, welcome. I'm Jen with the Sewing Report, and we are live from the sewing room. I am tracing and cutting out pieces to make the Noodlehead petal pouches. The link to the pattern is in the description. This is not a sponsored video or anything. This is just a pattern I already owned and wanted to make. So that's what we're doing. All right, let me try to cut these out. And I do plan on trying to, for the first time ever, sell these handmade pouches. So I am going to attempt to list these in the Etsy shop after they're done. So that's sort of the plan, is that I'll make stuff and then I'll try to list it. But I figure, you know, if I'm making this stuff anyways, I might as well do a live stream so people can see how they're made. So I thought that would be fun. That was sort of the premise behind it. The other problem I'm running into is I've had a sewing YouTube channel for 7 years. And after a while, you like start running out of people to give stuff to. So I thought, all right, well, I guess maybe at this time in the journey, maybe it's time to see if anyone wants to buy handmade items. So we'll give it a try. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. I really hope I can, you know, I could also, I wonder if I could cut things out. Oh, all right, I think this will work. All right, so I won't have as much wastage. So I think I can cut out 2 like this. Yes, I think I can cut out 2. So I'm really just missing 1 pattern piece from this section, and that's just because I definitely did not cut enough stuff. So that's kind of a problem, but it'll be okay. Yeah, I could have done things a little bit differently, but you know, hey, it'll be all right. But welcome if you're watching. This is sort of a chill, sew and chat, sew and chill kind of video or live stream. And I'm just cutting out these pattern pieces and doing some prep work to make these pouches. I'm going to be making 5 sets. So there'll be 10 pouches total, 5 large pouches, and then 5 small ones. So they're going to be, hopefully they'll be really cute when they're done. So I want to do these so that people can get a good look at what sewing is actually like and what the process is, because it's more than I think people realize that don't sew. There's like, look at how long this is taking me just to fuse interfacing onto my fabric, trace and cut the pieces. I mean, I've been doing this an hour and I still only have 1 pattern piece cut out. So if you are new to sewing or you're just curious and you don't sew, welcome. I want this to be a place where you can learn, just sort of, you know, maybe be entertained and see what sewing is actually like. So that was sort of the idea behind all of this. All right, so, all right, I'm gonna try to get clever with this. All right, I think this will just, is this just gonna fit? I don't know. I can't believe I screwed this. I cannot believe I screwed this up. All right, let me see. I think I can just make this. Yeah, like, okay, so yeah, this will just fit. I don't need the interfacing to go all the way out because I just need, all right, I think this will work. Because there's a 1/2 inch seam allowance here, I don't need this to go all the way out. So look at, guys, I'm just literally, it's just making it here. All right, so we're gonna do this. I cannot believe I did this, but I did. So, all right, let me trace. So, and the good thing with this fabric, at least it doesn't matter which side is up and down. If it was very directional, I would not be able to do this, but I can. So I will need to cut and fuse 1 more piece of fabric from the strawberries. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Oh, that was a fairly big error, but I really only lost 1. So I was supposed to cut 3, 1, 2, 3, but I needed like an extra 2 inches here, and I missed that totally. So that is life. Fun times. But I'm going to try to make it work. And I need to cut 10 pieces total of each pattern piece. So I need to cut 10 main fabrics. All right, so see, this is like I got this just like by the hair of my, just by the hair here, it'll work. All right, so let's cut 1 more out. All right, this will, Is this gonna work? I hope so. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna retrace this and move it down a little bit, and then it'll work. Okay, so I'm gonna have to redo this. So you see there's like a little bit of space here that I can actually move this pattern piece down a little bit. So I'm gonna retrace this one since I haven't cut it out yet. And we'll do that so that I can have more room. We'll do that so I can have a little bit more room for that piece up top. So let's give that a try. All right, so let me trim that. Hopefully I can make this, like, this is literally like 1/8 of an inch. I can't believe I screwed this up. I even did the math and I gave it a generous amount of like overlap there too. So I don't know what, I honestly don't know what happened. Because I always add like 1 inch. Like, so if this was like 7 inch, you know, if this was like 6.5 inches, I would add like 7. So I would have it be like 7 or something. But something went wrong and that did not work out. So we're going to do this. Can't believe I did this, but I did. All right. I'm going to have this be here. Okay. All right, so now let's flip this. Okay, hopefully this can fit. All right. I don't know. All right, let me see. This is like just, if it makes it, okay. I think it'll just make it. All right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. All right, All right, yeah, this will literally just, this is just gonna make it, all right. We'll do that. Okay. I can't believe I did that. That was really kind of dumb. All right, so this is going to be the long piece. All right. Wow. All right, so really I'm wasting, the only pieces that are kind of wasted are like here and here. You know, what am I going to do? You know, and that's why I'm glad you guys are seeing this, because normally I would like edit this out of the video, you know, or whatever, but hey, you know what, we're gonna do it. So, oh geez. So hopefully I can figure out something to do with these pieces on the end here, and I'm going to need to cut. So I'm gonna have 3. So I have 8 pattern pieces on here. I need 1 more because this is 9, and then I need 10. So, I can't believe I did that. Wow, this is like just, yeah, this is like just making it here. So that'll be fun. All right, so let's get to cutting. Let's get to cutting. Oh, that was really silly. Let me get some water. I really thought I did the math right, guys. I'm not one of those, like, I know I'm Asian. I know there's some, you know, I know you got some stereotypes. I'm okay at math. I'm better at like financial math. I'm better at dollars, numbers, budgets, but things like calculus, I hate it. Like I took advanced placement calculus in high school and I did not pass. Like I forgot what my grade was. I didn't get a very good grade. And then I took the AP test, which is like the college level test, and I think I got a 2 out of 5. So you have to get like a 4 out of 5 or a 3 out of 5 to get the college credit. And I did not get the college credit because I only got a 2 on the exam. And then I took calculus again in college and I got like a C. I think I got like a C. I got like a B and a C. Like I took calculus and pre-calculus. I hate calculus. I don't know why, unless you're going to be a mathematician, I don't really understand it because it's not like you use it in everyday life. So I did really poorly in calculus, and I just don't like that type of math. I'm also not very good at science. I'm not a science person either. So that's not for me. I'm much better at things like history or like social studies or, yeah, probably my best subject was like social studies and subjects like law or business. But I never liked English class. I never got, Like, you know how when you do like those reports and you have to get like themes of the book? I'm terrible at that. I can never figure out what the themes of a story are. So they'd be like, what are the themes of this book? And I'm like, I have no freaking idea. Like, what? I don't know. So that, you know, I was good at school, but those subjects, you know, I'm great at spelling and like vocabulary, but not with like, you know, novels or books. Like, not with like fiction. I'm better at nonfiction stuff, or again, things like history or social studies. But I'm just not, yeah, I'm not into, calculus is not really my thing. Like, at all. At all. Like, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I got a really bad grade. I got a really bad grade in calculus. Like, I think I passed the class, but yeah, on the AP exam, although it's been, just for reference, I haven't been in high school in like, I haven't been in high school in like 20 years, so it's been, you know, it's not like I'm a recent graduate or anything like that. So don't get that idea either. I'm not that young, and it's been a really long time since I've been in a classroom. So I'm glad to be out of school though, because I don't know, I always just wanted to like, you know, work or whatever. I didn't really, you know, I was good at school. I didn't really particularly love school though. And quite honestly, I don't really think most of what people learn in school is anything you typically apply to everyday life. So I don't know. Not really sure how useful it is now. But anyways. All right, so here's 2 pattern pieces. So these will be main fabric. So I got 2. All right, we're going to cut some more out here. Actually, to make things easier on myself, I'm going to start like I'm going to start cutting out just a section so I'm not holding the whole piece of fabric. All right, yeah, all right, I think, especially I think because this has a pretty generous seam allowance, this is literally just going to make it. So, all right, just making it here. So I'm just going to cut around here. All right. Yeah, Krabby Dragon, I'm not a math Asian. Like, I'm a business Asian, and I'm like a money Asian. I'm not like a math calculus Asian or a science Asian, which I wish I was, because I'd probably be making a lot more money, because I'd be like a doctor or something. So, but I'm not, I could never be in the medical field. I was a communication major in college, which is another questionable choice, but here we are, and that's why you're watching this live stream. Is because, yeah. But yeah, I know everyone thinks like your parents are doctors or something. Mine are not, so. All right, so we got some more pieces here. Look, and I can make that joke because I'm Asian, so we'll go ahead with that. And you're welcome to as well. I don't really care. I don't really care. All right, so. Oh, and tonight's the Oscars, too. Is anyone going to watch the Oscars? All right, I gotta be honest, I saw some interviews with that guy, the Asian guy, who was in, like, Indiana Jones and the Goonies, and then he didn't have a job for, like, 20 years as an actor, and now he's nominated as like the best supporting actor. I want that guy to win so bad. He seems so cool and very inspiring. His name is He Kwan, I think. And that guy is like totally dope. So I started following him on Instagram. He was in this movie called like Anywhere, Everywhere, All at Once, or Everywhere, Anywhere, All at Once, or something like that. I haven't seen the movie. It looks kind of interesting. Although, again, with those types of movies, I always have a hard time with sort of getting like the theme, you know what I mean? Like the theme of the movie or whatever. So that's, again, always kind of hard for me, because like they'll be like, what's the message of the movie? And I'm like, I don't know. So like any movie that's sort of deep and like philosophical, I just have a hard time picking up, if that makes sense. It's always kind of a challenge for me. And I never really understand, like, I've never really watched The Matrix, but, like, any movie with, like, that kind of deeper meaning, I'm like, yeah, just give me, like, an old Will Ferrell movie and, you know, let's call it a day. Like, I just don't tend to watch movies with, like, you know, I tend to watch, like, more surface level movies without a lot of, like, philosophy or anything like that. It's just not really for me. So, okay, yeah, everything everywhere all at once. Yeah, so it looks like a cool movie. I just don't know if I would get the movie. But I really am, Michelle Yeoh, I do hope she gets the Oscar because she's a great actress. And that Ke Huy Quan guy, oh man, he's awesome. So if you haven't seen interviews with him, he just has a really inspiring story. He's just amazing. And also he was in Indiana Jones. He played, I haven't really ever watched the movie. He played a character called Short Round, and then he played a character called Data in The Goonies, which is another movie I haven't seen. And then he was in Encino Man, which was kind of an odd. So he was in Encino Man with, like, Brendan Fraser and, like, Pauly Shore. See, I can watch Pauly Shore movies are up my alley. They're kind of dumb, you know, they're goofy. I do hope I also hope Pauly Shore has some sort of comeback because he's hilarious. So those are the kind of movies I gravitate towards. You know, I'm not watching, like, The English Patient or, like, Shawshank Redemption. I'm watching, like, Old School with Will Ferrell, or one of my favorite movies is Son-in-Law with Pauly Shore, or, like, Jury Duty. Or I want to watch In the Army Now. That was, I haven't seen that in a while. I did buy the movie Airheads. It was an old, like, I think it was a 90s movie with, like, Brendan Fraser, Adam Sandler, and then Steve Buscemi. And that movie is hilarious. I bought it on Amazon, or no, on Mercari. And it's, like, out of print. So the movie, you would be surprised. Like, you'd think, like, these movies are on, like, all these streaming services, but they're not. So I had to pay $20 for a DVD of Airheads because I was like, oh, I really want to watch this movie again. And I did. I don't think this movie could be released today, but it was really funny. And it's got, like, Brendan. So they play this, like, they play like loser musicians, and no one will listen to their demo tape. So they hold up a radio station, and then they take everyone who works at the radio station. Yeah, this is back in the 90s when radio was actually, you know, kind of more in the golden age. So they take all these people hostage, and their demand is that they want to get their music heard by, like, like a record executive or something like that. And then, but it's, like, kind of a big misunderstanding. And then all of the radio station employees end up liking these guys. The movie is crazy, but it's really quite funny. And it's very nostalgic. It's very, like, kind of 80s, 90s. And, you know, I know Brendan Fraser seems to have had a rough time. I know he's up for an Oscar tonight as well. I do hope he wins. I have not seen The Whale. It is a movie I would watch. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But, you know, yeah, great times. I'm a big fan of Adam Sandler. And Pauly. Yeah, I love Paul. I think Pauly Shore is freaking hilarious. So I really do hope Pauly Shore, you know, kind of finds his way back to the limelight. Because he made some really funny movies back in the day. I know he had the MTV show. He's had some issues, you know, but it's all good. We're going to keep cutting out. Yeah, this is just, all right, this last piece here, going to have to cut off. I got a little bit of fray in here, so we're going to have to sort of cut this out. All right, just about here. So this interfacing doesn't quite go to the edge here, but because this is a 1/2 inch seam allowance, this will be all covered, so it'll be okay. Obviously I made a bit of a mistake, but that's fine. All right, so I've got this piece now that's, you know, whatever. I don't know what I'll do with this. I'll cut off this piece just so it's not so raggedy. Get out the lint roller again. Yeah, we're just cutting out whatever, but what is everybody working on today? hopefully you're in your own sewing space doing something or just hanging out. But this is sort of just a chill, you know, relax and sew kind of day. Obviously I'm not doing sewing yet. I'm doing more prep stuff. All right, so we got to cut out 1, 2, 3, we got 5 more pieces to cut out here, and then I have to figure out how to cut out the 10th piece. So this is going to be a scrap piece. We'll do something with it, and then I hope I have enough fabric left for one more piece. We'll have to figure that out. So that's the plan. I got to get another piece of interfacing. Then I'm so mad at myself for that. That's just really dumb, but it'll be all right. And by the way, to the people who ordered from the Etsy shop last weekend, thank you very much. If you do order anything today, I will try to pack up the orders tonight. I try to be kind of quick about it, but I really appreciate all the support because this channel is not monetized, so I'm working on it. That's, you know, why I'm doing these live streams, but obviously I'm kind of doing this right now for, you know, no compensation by YouTube, so I got to get 1,000 subscribers and then a lot of watch time. So, but I'm going to work on it because I do really like doing this. And then hopefully the plan is to cut down some of the live streams and turn those into regular videos, and then also shoot additional videos for the main channel. This is the weird thing too. So this channel that you're watching on, I made it like 2 weeks ago, and it only has, you know, like 200 subscribers, but it's already getting views that start to rival the main channel with 100,000 subscribers, which is insane because I would not have thought, I would have thought the main channel would have a better time at getting views. But I think that kind of goes to show that YouTube kind of sees the content as the same. So if it's a good video, it's a good video and they'll show it to people. But the views, you know, like the last week's live stream has over 400 views. So it already has more views than I have subscribers on this channel. And then the live stream I did about the Ditto pattern projector has like about 600 views. So like right now I put out a video last week on the main Sewing Report channel and that has 1,000 views. But that's not that much more than this channel that has 200 subscribers. So that's kind of crazy, but it's kind of nice to know that you can start a new channel and that having a large channel doesn't always mean you're going to get, like, one, you're not guaranteed views on it. And it also goes to show, like, if you're a smaller YouTuber out there, don't think that you're not going to get views on the content or that you can't get the views that a bigger channel can, because this is a perfect example of why you can. Like, this channel has like no subscribers and it's already getting live streams that are getting viewed, you know, 600 times when, you know, like the video I put out last week on the main channel only has 1,000. So that's really not that much more, especially when you consider the channel size. So it's kind of nice to know that YouTube is giving smaller channels a chance, like this one, because, you know, I really don't think I have that much of an advantage having a larger channel. Like, YouTube kind of chooses to push out what it's pushing out and everything like that. So, you know, hopefully that's encouraging to all YouTubers out there that, you know, you can still start a channel in 2023 and you still have you definitely still have a shot. All right. My hands are starting to get fatigued. I really do like these scissors, by the way. So far, these are the Serrated scissors, and I just got them. They're pretty comfortable, and they cut the fabric, like they really hold on to the fabric well. So I am liking these so far. I think they're pretty cool. We'll continue to cut some stuff out here. I know, this is going to take me forever. Like, I can't believe this. Okay. Yeah, these scissors are nice. And like they're not moving around. Like sometimes I feel like the fabric sort of moves around under the scissors. These are really doing a good job at actually really gripping the fabric and holding onto it. So far, you know, I'm a fan of these. They're by Kai. I have another pair of scissors by Kai. They're Okay, you can't see them because they're out of the shop, but those are pretty nice too, but those are just your standard fabric scissors, and these are serrated scissors, so, I mean, this makes sense to me. All right. It's funny, my husband's gaming in the other room, and I can hear him talking to people. So we're both, I don't know if he's streaming, he might just be gaming without streaming. He does have a Twitch channel, but yeah, I don't know. I hear him talking to somebody. He's always online talking to people. Okay, one more down, 3 more to go on this piece of fabric. And I've got these scraps. I wonder if I can do, if anyone has any suggestions for what to do with like scrap pieces that are this big that are interfaced, let me know. I don't know. So, I mean, they're not big enough that I can really do anything with, but hey, I don't know. All right, so get this piece. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a multi-day situation here. I'm certainly not going to finish this today. So, but hey, that's sewing for you. That's sewing for you. All right, I'm going to get rid of my face for a little bit. All right, let's do here. Let's go to camera 2. But yeah, in the chat or in the comments, what days of the week do you think you would be more likely to be able to watch live? I know I got some people saying Sundays. I think I might try to do Sundays when I can, but I also want to make sure, I think I'd like to stream during the week, but do it very consistently, because I might have to miss some Sundays for like other obligations or whatnot. But I would really like to do at least one to 2 weekdays consistently. So let me know which days and which times of the day would work the best for you. I'm gonna need the lint roller because it's getting starting to get a lot of like fuzz around. Okay. All right, so this is the scraps I have left. So Lisa says key fobs. What kind of key fob pattern do you think would work for scrap these sizes? Like, these aren't super big and they're not very long. That's the only thing about this. So we'll hold on to these. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these, but hopefully I can figure something out. Because I definitely messed up the measurements on how big this fabric needed to be to cut these out. So I am one pattern piece short, and I'm really disappointed in myself right now. Just a little bit more, and then I gotta figure out how to get this 10th pattern piece, because yeah. So we're almost done with this stuff. All right, so I'm gonna need to get one more piece out of this somehow. Okay. All right, so I've got 9 pattern pieces. I need to finagle one more out of everything. And get the lint roller. Okay. So here's what I think I'll do. I'm going to take the interfacing and trace out, I'm going to trace the pattern onto the interfacing, and then I'll figure out how much I need of the fabric. But I definitely have enough for all 10 pieces. All right, we're just gonna, all right, here we go. Actually, this works pretty well. So I'm just going to trace out, I'm just going to trace this out here. Okay. And then we'll just, well, actually, you know what? I can't do that yet because when I spray it with the water, the marks are going to come out. So that would be a waste of time. All right. Good, I remembered that. So let me get my craft scissors and we're just going to cut this out. So I just need to make sure that this fits onto the fabric. Okay. All right, so I can't believe I messed this up, but I did. All right, so here is the rest of the fabric I have left. All right, and yeah, so we're gonna cut out. All right. All right, one more, just one, literally one more. I'm probably gonna screw some other stuff up too, but hey, it'll be all right. And I need to figure out what fabrics I'm gonna use for my zipper tabs too. So that's another thing I gotta figure out. Okay, so we'll just sort of like, all right, I turned the heat press back on. All right, so again, yeah, I'm sort of like taking some shortcuts here, but that's all right. All right, so actually I'm gonna cut a little bit of this off just so I don't fuse too much. Okay. All right, yeah, this should actually be okay. We're just gonna cut a little of this off just because I don't want to interface more fabric than I really have to, because this is such cute fabric. I want to save some of it. I really do. I want to save some of the fabric. All right. So we will spray this with water. And then we'll just press this in place. All right, seriously, one more pattern piece is all I need. All right, so this is in place enough. And the goal here is just to get it to stick enough that I can cut around it. All right. Okay. This will definitely be big enough. And I'll still have like a decent amount of this fabric left. It's so cute. That's my goal. So I don't know if you have any sewing goals for 2023. Mine is to actually start using my cutest fabric. So my habit is that I will buy fabric that is really cool and then I won't use it. So it'll sit there for years. So I have some really pretty fabric that I bought like 7 years ago or 8 years ago and I haven't used it. So I'm going to just start using my nicest fabric. I have a lot of really nice fabric you've never seen and you're going to start seeing it. So I might do like a whole video about this. I have several yards of that really rare Tula Pink Tabby Road cat fabric, and I have a lot of the cats. So I'm thinking about doing a video where I talk about how much that fabric is selling for, because it's crazy. If you go on Etsy and search for Tula Pink Tabby Road, it's being sold for like $200 a yard or something. So I want to kind of do a video highlighting the fact that that's kind of a phenomenon. And then also trying to make something with that fabric. What I'm going to make with that fabric, I don't know. But I actually have a lot of it. And it's never been cut into. And apparently it's like a super collector's thing or something, which I was not expecting at all. But that's actually pretty interesting. So I'm hoping to do something like that and just cut into it. It's really cool fabric. I just have never actually sewn with it. And I should. Like, I don't, I guess maybe I'll sell that in the Etsy shop. I don't even know. So, all right. But yeah, so you can see it. Like, yeah, look at, this is actually kind of interesting. As I'm spraying the canvas, it's like curling up. So that's kind of interesting. So I think it's like kind of shrinking a little bit. I don't know, or something like that. So we are going to press this. Yeah, the steam is rising. Things are getting steamy in here, but not from anything weird, just from this. All right. Yeah, this fabric is so cute. I love it. Strawberries. So down here in Florida, there is an area called it's I guess a city. It's not really like a city, but it's called a city. It's called Plant City. And every year there is a very well-known strawberry festival called the Plant City Strawberry Festival. I don't think I've ever really gone, but they have like all these strawberry food items you can buy. It's sort of like a fair. You can get a strawberry shortcake and all of that stuff. Maybe I should go one of these days. I don't typically do stuff like that, but it's very popular down here and there's like strawberry everything. All right, let me just go over this a little bit more. All right, we got 15 viewers right now. Woo! Thank you everyone for watching. This is just sort of a hangout, sew and chill kind of day. And I am making some more zipper pouches. All right, so got to try to get this even. Yeah, all right, so this piece is definitely big enough, so that's good. Good for this. All right. One more of these, and then oh yeah, I need to cut lining. So lining will be next. Yeah, actually, maybe I'll sew the darts. So we'll do that to kind of break up the tasks so I'm not doing like one thing all day. All right. So maybe we'll do something like that. I don't know. What do you think? Should we do a little bit of sewing today so I'm not just cutting out pattern pieces all day? All right, let me try to line. I'm trying to line up the strawberries so they're kind of even. I don't know. We'll see. I think they look okay so far. Not too bad. And yes, I am, for the first time ever, planning to sell these finished pouches in my Etsy shop and see what happens. I don't know. I'm not even sure what I'm going to price them at, but I'm going to do a set of 2, so you'll get one large one and one small one as a set. And I got these really cute pale pink zippers, so I'm excited about these. They got a little donut pull on them. They're super cute though. So I'm pretty excited about this. I think it'll be really cool. So that'll be fun, right? Okay. All right, so I think I got this all done. All right, so last piece we got to cut out. Yeah, my hands are starting to get a little fatigued from the scissors, so. All right, we're up to 19 viewers. Welcome, everyone. I'm Jen with the Sewing Report, and we are live from the sewing room. And this is kind of a chill, sometimes ASMR live stream of me hanging out in the sewing room and making some projects. And I am batch sewing some Noodlehead petal pouches, which is a sewing pattern you can find linked in the description box. This is not a free pattern, this is a paid pattern. But it is a really cute pattern, and I've had it for a long time. I paid for it. This is not sponsored or anything. And you get 2 sizes. You get a large version and a smaller version. And that's what we're working on today. If you have any questions, let me know in the chat. And we're going to read some chats in a little bit. All right, so I think after I finish cutting this, we'll read some of the chats, and then we'll go back to everything. So that's the plan. I mean, there's really no plan for today. I'm just sort of hanging out. But we will get to making pouches. I'm going to try to make 10 pouches total. And I'm going to see how long it takes me. I mean, and actually that's the good thing, is because I have these live streams as a record, you know, I can break down the time it takes to finish these. And that's the thing. I'm chatting with you, but it's really not taking me any more time than it would normally. So this is a real-time example of how long a sewing project really takes, and for me it's slow because I'm just not very fast at this. Might get a snack. Maybe I'll heat up some ramen later too. I don't know. Maybe we'll do that on camera and read some of the chats. I don't know. So we'll see how this goes. All right, so we have got all of the pieces cut out, or at least some of the pieces. So I still have 30 more pattern pieces to cut out. So that'll be fun. So I need to cut out 10 of the lining pieces. I need to cut out 10 of the small exterior pieces, and then 10 of the interior lining pieces. So that'll be, yeah. So we're gonna be here for a while. That's for sure. So let me turn to camera 1, and then we will read some of the comments here. Hello everyone. All right, let me get my mouse here. All right, I'll just use this as like a mouse pad. Okay. So hello everyone. Yeah, my hair is sort of like whatever today. So let's read some of the comments. All right, hello Linda. All right, we got Jackie here from Maryland. Thank you for the orders. Yeah, a lot of people ordered last week, so that was actually really surprising. I was not expecting that. So hope everyone's having a great day. You know, maybe this is something you can have on as like a backdrop while you're working on whatever you're doing, so we can kind of have fun, hang out. Hello, Barb from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Read some comments. Right, with fast fashion, handmade stuff gets undervalued by those who don't understand handmade stuff. Amen to that, because that happens. And I see stories from people all the time where they'll be at like a craft show or have someone be like, well, I could get that cheaper at Walmart. Well, it's like, go ahead, go do that then don't buy my stuff. But handmade stuff is obviously a luxury, and it's something that should be priced according to your materials and your time and effort and everything else. So, all right. All right, thank you, Lisa. All right, Krabby Dragon. Hi, Jen and Sewing Report friends. Just got out of the shower. And Jen, I always make math mistakes in sewing, counting, and everything else. Love the strawberry fabric. All right, I haven't watched award shows in so long. I'm probably not going to watch the Oscars. I'll just hear afterwards who won. That's what I normally do. And then I'll find clips on YouTube of people doing their acceptance speeches. So that's my plan for the Oscars. But I'm personally rooting for Brendan Fraser. Actually, you don't... So he says that you don't pronounce his last name Fraser. He says it's like Fraser, like razor. So I've seen a lot of people, including a lot of like talk show hosts, say Brendan Fraser, but it's actually Brendan Fraser. And he said that himself. So I'm rooting for Brendan Fraser for Best Actor for The Whale. I'm rooting for Michelle Yeoh for Best Actress, Jamie Lee Curtis for Best Supporting Actress, and Ke Huy Quan, the comeback guy, the Asian dude from The Goonies and Indiana Jones. I'm absolutely rooting for him for Best Supporting Actor. What an amazing story. If you haven't watched any interviews with him, you should. He's incredibly inspiring, and he has such a great attitude, especially since I imagine it could be very easy to get sort of cynical or jaded after having the experience he's had of not getting any work for 20 years. But he seems super grateful for everything that's happened to him, so I think that's actually what makes it even better. All right, everything, everywhere, all at once. It was so all over the place. It was awkward watching with my in-laws. Why was it? Was there like some adult stuff in there? Like, what was weird about watching it with your in-laws? It looks fairly family friendly, is it not? I don't know. I'm not watching Oscars. I'm terrible at watching all the current movies. All right, I'm working on DS with company that shall not be named. Okay. Oh, got it. Okay. So you're working on some stuff there. Thank you for the live streams. It helps pass time with crafting. I'm glad to hear that. My order arrived so quickly. I love the magic pins. Cute packing too. Thank you, Lisa. I really appreciate it. Krabby Dragon, I got my stuff too, Jen. I love the glide thread. Getting ready to pick my color. Yeah, the glide thread, man, it's really nice thread. And apparently it doesn't have a lot of lint going on, so I'll know over a longer period of time, but I think it's a pretty cool thread, and I think the quality is great. Right, you might have to patch scraps together. All right, I do that too. She's talking, or I don't know what your gender is actually, so I'm not going to assume. But Chronic Crafter says I do that too, referring to buying really cute fabric or nice fabric and then never using it, which is something I think a lot of us do. But this year I plan to use up my nice fabric. That is the plan. Jackie, I did receive my order from last Sunday. The fabric is lovely. Cannot wait to try the thread. Thanks, Jen. Thank you, Jackie. And Jackie, I know you're a repeat customer, so I really appreciate that. All right, so, okay, I think this is, okay. All right. Should we keep the press on? I don't know. Okay, so the next thing we'll do is maybe we'll cut the lining fabric out. So, all right, here are my, actually, you know what we can do? No, we're going to do some sewing. So what we'll do, let me get out these pieces here. I'm going to start sewing the little darts here. So that's what we'll do. So here's what you're supposed to do. So I've got these pattern templates that I made myself, right? All right, let me get the pattern stuff. Okay, so I'm going to need to look at the instructions too real quick. Okay. So I went ahead and cut out the pattern. I cut out the pattern, or I printed out the pattern again because it's been so long. And I need to look at the directions. It's been so long since I've made this. I can't remember a lot of the stuff. Okay. So one tip that Anna of Noodlehead gave was to print, you know, so I already have these templates I made myself. These are just of cardboard. So in the regular pattern piece, you're supposed to place on the fold, but I just made my own whole one, so I didn't have to do that. So I cut out another, or I printed out another copy, and then I cut on the dart stitch line. So you can use this as a template to mark your stitch line so that you know exactly where you're supposed to be sewing. So let me get let's change to camera 2. So, okay, this is the small one, this is the large one. So what you're supposed to do is place this, oh wait, why is this so much bigger? I don't know. Oh, somehow I made this bigger. All right, I don't know why, but this is some of my template is like larger. I'm not really sure. I wonder if it's just because I traced it like that. I'm not really sure why. Okay, but anyways, in order to know exactly where your stitch lines are, all right, I'm gonna have to, all right, yeah, somehow this is just a little bit large. Let me see the smaller ones. Does this, I honestly don't know what's going on here. Okay, actually, yeah, I did make mine. Okay, well, somehow my pieces are like a little bit larger than the templates. I don't know why I did that. All right, well, anyways, they're just a little bit large. Maybe I did that intentionally. I'm not even sure. So I'm going to place this on. Okay, we'll kind of go like this then. All right, we'll sort of do this. So the reason I did this was to make sort of a template so that I could mark my stitch lines. Okay, yeah, I don't know why I did this, but, and you're supposed to use a 1/2 inch seam allowance. All right, so, but yeah, I guess I'll just place this here, and then this is where your stitch line actually will be. So I'm just gonna mark these. This is supposed to make it easier so that when so these are the stitch lines, and then you just pinch this together, right sides together, and then sew on the stitch lines. So I guess we'll do a little bit of that today, just so that, you know, it's not all cutting and tracing and stuff. All right, so, and I'll just flip it around for the other side. This side looks a little, yeah, I think I cut my templates like a little bit large. Somehow I cut them a little bit larger. I'm not really sure why, but I guess that's what I did. All right, and I just need to, yeah, I'm not sure why I did that, but all right, we're just gonna try to line this up and mark these, and then we'll do a little bit of that so that, you know, we're not just tracing stuff out or whatever. Okay, so then when I pinch this together, this will be the stitch line. So, and I don't think I'm gonna because this is such a short stitch length, I'm not going to pin them or anything. I'm just gonna hold it in place. I think that would be fine. I don't really think that'll be an issue. So let me go through all of the pieces here. I also really need to put my hair up again because this is getting a little out of control. So I just need to do this to all of the pieces. Yeah, somehow I cut either that or this printer is too small. I'm not really sure, either one. So I just need to, okay. Mark my lines here. This is basically just so you can use this as a guide. Especially when you get up to this point, it can be a little hard to know like what exactly is a 1/2 inch. So I think this is helpful. Okay. So we'll just do this to all the pieces. This shouldn't take too long. I really need to do something with my hair. It's starting to bother me. All right. Okay, I feel like my hair, I don't know how it looks, but whatever. All right. Keep going through, and then we'll work on the smaller pieces later too. I mean, if I can get these all cut out and everything, I think that'll be fairly okay progress. I don't know. And then at least we'll go over to the sewing machine soon so we can stitch this up. But I like that when you sew the darts, then at least when you do that, that you don't have to box out the corners, and when you sew the pouches, you're just sewing one continuous line. So I think that's actually pretty helpful and makes the project, in my opinion, I think that's what makes this pattern so cool, is that it makes it a little bit easier, but you still get a more three-dimensional shape. Oh, forgot the other side. Has anyone in here made the petal pouch before? Is this something that you've tried? And if not, have you tried any other Noodlehead patterns? I have a few of their patterns, and all of them have been really good quality, decent instructions. All right, we are done with marking the stitch lines. So for the first time today, in 2 hours in, we can go over to the sewing machine and we're going to be sewing these darts on the pouch. So let's take a walk over to the sewing machine. All right, I'm going to turn this press off. We'll turn the heat press off. So I've got 10 of these. This is the main outside fabric of the Petal pouches. Information about this pattern are in the description box. So we'll go over to the sewing machine and then we will get started with sewing the darts. Okay, so here we go. I'm also gonna bring, let's see, I'll bring the, actually no, we won't. I was gonna bring my iPad so I can monitor, but whatever. All right. Okay. Having a hard time trying to fit into my chair here because everything's so compact here, but we'll make it work. Okay, here we are. Hello everyone. So hopefully this week, I felt like the sewing machine camera was not close up enough. So I made some changes and hopefully it's a little bit closer now. So all we have to do is pinch this together. All right, and I'm actually gonna start, I think for all of these, I'll start with the, let's see here. Yeah, I think we'll end with the dart. I'm going to decrease my stitch length to about a 2, just because I think that'll get me more precise stitching and the stitches will stay a little bit tighter. So I reduced it to 2. All right, let's pick this up here. And I'm supposed to be sewing with a 1/2 inch. Really? This is more like a 1/4 inch. I don't know, I guess. All right, well, I guess I'm just supposed to stitch on these stitch lines. So we'll do that. So I'm just matching these up. All right. And I'm actually sort of glad that we have this guide here because I think this will make it kind of easier. I am going to back stitch at the beginning and end because these stitches, you don't want them to pop out. So let's do a few stitches. So I'm glad I have this line for reference. Do a little back stitching. I'm actually going to do we'll do this a couple times just so that these don't pop out. All right, and then I'm going to try to do a little bit of daisy chaining here, and I'll show you what that means in a minute. Okay, so basically just sew on the line here. All right, here we go. It's a little hard to see because this foot is a little bit, because this foot's kind of skinny, it's a little bit hard to see the line, but it'll be all right. Okay, so back stitch a little bit. Okay, and then keep stitching. So I'm actually gonna daisy chain, and what I mean by that is I'm not going to clip my thread, I'm just going to start another piece, and then at the end I'll sort of clip these off, but I'm going to just do this one after another. All right, so this is what the dart will look like at the end, towards the end here, like this. Hopefully the lights, I feel like the sunlight's a little bit much. Man, daylight saving time really messed me up. I really wish we would get rid of it. So we'll just start a new one, but I'm basically not cutting the thread. I'm just trying to be a little more efficient. So let's get the next piece lined up. Okay, like this. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing. And you're going to do this for all of the pieces on both sides of the bottom corners. All right, so back stitch. Wait, and I did back stitch in the last piece. Okay, sometimes I forget if I did. All right, so just using this as a guide. Doesn't have to be, I've noticed this pattern is pretty forgiving with sewing the darts, so if they're not like totally perfect, I wouldn't worry too much. All right, I'm back stitching again, and then I'm gonna pull this out a little bit. So you see these are all attached, and then we'll just sew them like, actually, yeah, I think we can sort of keep them that way. So we'll just sew all of these together. All right, so I'm just sort of, okay. This isn't doing. And we'll have to do this for all, I'm gonna have to do this for all 40 pattern pieces, so that will be fun. So that's why it's almost easier to do these in a batch so you can do a lot of these at once. So instead of just doing this for one pouch, I'm doing this for, 5. So if you are batch sewing, hopefully this makes it a little bit quicker. Okay, we'll do the next one. Hopefully this is close up enough. I wanted you to be able to see, and I also didn't want my fingers to be in the way, so I think this is a fairly decent angle for seeing what's going on. So we're just gonna do all, so this, I'm gonna be doing this 20 times, so 10 times, but once on each side. So fun times, huh? All right. And I'm sewing on a Juki DDL 8700. This is an industrial sewing machine, but you can use any sewing machine. And I have a lot of tutorials and how-to videos on the Brother CS7000i, which is a fairly entry-level machine. So if you're new to sewing, I think that would be a good one to sew projects like this on. You don't need an industrial sewing machine. I'm just sewing on this one because it's very comfortable for me and I like it. So, but this is not a necessity at all. So I just want to make that clear. All right, we got another one. Heck, maybe this will be a 3-day. Who knows? This could be like a 3-day thing. I have no idea. And and of course you have to sew these right sides together. Okay. And then at the end, I'll clip all the threads. Backstitch a little bit. And what the backstitching is doing is it's keeping the stitches from popping out. So if I didn't backstitch, then these stitches would not stay secure. They would just sort of fall apart. And I obviously don't want that. So that's why I am doing this. Okay. Let's get another one. And then we got to do all of the pieces on the other side after that. So that is the fun part. So I'm doing all 10 of these pieces at once. So I wanted to do this to sort of break up the steps. So I wasn't doing one thing all day. So at least now I'm doing, a few, at least I've gotten to pressing, interfacing, tracing and cutting the pattern pieces, and we're doing a little bit of sewing. I also have to prep all the zippers, and I need to cut zipper tabs for all of them. So that's something I got to do. But there's a lot of, this pattern does have quite a few different steps. This project does come together quickly, though, in the end, once you're getting into it. So, all right, so we got this guy. All right, yeah, I think this is a good stitch length. The stitches are very small, so it handles the curve very well. It's pretty accurate. So I think this is looking pretty okay so far. I'm on the stitch length pretty good. And again, this pattern is fairly forgiving, so if you're not exactly on it, it'll be like, it'll really be okay. All right, okay, here we go. And I'm using Glide thread, which is available in the Sewing Report Etsy shop. This is a 40 weight polyester tri-lobal thread. A lot of quilters really like it. It's pretty strong. It's pretty lint. It's somewhat lint free. I haven't really had any issues with lint. And it's tri-lobal thread, so it's triangle. It's actually triangular in makeup, which is kind of interesting. And I do sell this in the Etsy shop. I have a pack of 6 fairly neutral basic colors. So if you don't have any of this thread and you just want to have kind of a starter pack, that's sort of what it is. It's sort of a starter pack of Glide thread. All right, we've got 3 more to go, and then we got to switch. I have to do the other side. Okay. All right, we're going to move this over to the other side. All right. Oh, here we go. All right, we're done with one side of all of these. All right, so now we got to switch to the other side. All right, so, all right, we'll just sort of do all of, all right, I guess. All right, let me kind of bring these out. All right, we'll sort of go, all right, after I do this one, I think I'll clip that thread so it's not super in the way. All right, and then we will do the same thing for the other side of all 10 pieces. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit. Okay, so we'll trim these threads just, there we go. And now we'll just do all of these pieces here. Okay. All right. I know I got to move this out of the way. All right, this is going to be, all right, I'm going to, actually, yeah, flipping this over seems to be a better move here. All right. We also have a rice maker going on in the background. I know that's very Asian, but my husband is making the rice. So you may be able to hear some bubbling and stuff. That's the rice cooking. I could probably go for some rice too, actually. Although I've got some really yummy ramen that I could heat up too. So we might do some of that. You see, like, these are all like attached, they're kind of strung together. So this saves me time from not having to clip all my threads every time I start and stop. So it is a little bit more efficient that way. So this is one thing you can do if you're batch sewing to save a little bit of time. And if you're watching right now, I can't actually see the comments, so I will check those when I get back to the table. So that's what we'll be doing. Okay. I got, I think 3 more? Okay, yeah, 3 more of these guys. Okay, I need to lift up my needle here. All right, yeah, we're making some progress here. We'll have to cut out some linings. We'll do that. Yeah, I just wanted to do this step. I could do like all 40 pieces at once. I just wanted to break it up so it wasn't super boring for everybody, so that you could see some variety today and that it wasn't all cutting stuff out and all that stuff. So, thank you for watching. If you're just tuning in, I'm Jen with the Sewing Report, and this is live from the sewing room, a new thing I'm doing where you can watch me sew in real time. It doesn't really matter to me if you know much about sewing or not. Hopefully, I just wanted to do these streams basically for anyone who is sort of like curious about sewing or just wants a place to hang out. So this is for everybody. This live stream, this space is for everyone. You don't have to be a sewist to appreciate sewing. And maybe this is just something you're curious about and you want to see what the heck is going on. That's what this show is all about. So it takes people a lot longer to bake something than I think the average person assumes. So one of the reasons I wanted to do this stream is to show the actual time sewing really takes. And if you can tell by now, you know, I'm about 2.5 hours in, and I'm not like even close to being done to making even one thing. So we're getting some steps done, accomplished. This is batch sewing, so I'm sewing quite a few things at once with this. So that is what we are doing, and I'm using this really cute strawberry fabric. This is so adorable. Okay, you know what? I am noticing though. Okay, yeah, some of these rows, like the strawberries. Okay, I probably could have done this row better, but you know, it'll be okay. So, all right here. All right, one more one more stitch in, and then we will go back to the main area, and then we'll trim the threads. Actually, I guess I could just trim the threads here. So we'll just trim the threads here. All right. And then we'll start cutting. I think we'll have to cut the lining fabric, so we'll do that. Okay. All right, so this is done. I need to basically separate all of these and trim all the threads. So we'll just go through. I keep like a little plastic cup where I keep my loose threads in here. Obviously, this is a very low-cost solution. I know people have like thread catchers and stuff. I'm literally using one of those solo party cups, and that works for me. So you got to find out what works for you, and it may not be what works for me. So it's all relative. All right, so we're separating all of these. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see what I'm doing. I'm sort of all right, I can sort of see what's going on here. So we're just trimming all the threads here. Okay. So here are 10 pieces. All right, yeah, these are still all, so this is what daisy chaining really is. It's basically kind of doing all of your stitching at once in like a chain. That's why they call it daisy chaining, and these are all attached together. But you see, it's a lot quicker for me to clip all the threads at once than it would be for me to clip all the threads individually every time I did a new stitch line. So all right, and I'm using, and the color I'm using is just white, so yeah, it's a pretty neutral, it's a pretty basic neutral, so I thought this was pretty safe. So you see, these are all attached, and we are just going to unattach these. Oops, okay, I just accidentally almost poked myself there. That's less than fun. So I think next we'll do the lining fabric, and that will not be interfaced. Or actually, yeah, I don't think I'll interface it. Especially since, so for my plan, for both the larger and the smaller pouches will have at least one aspect that's canvas. And since canvas is already fairly thick, I shouldn't really need interfacing on, like for this one, I don't think I'm going to need interfacing for the lining. For the smaller pouches, I'm planning to have canvas be the lining fabric, so I will still interface the outside piece, and then the inside piece will have canvas, so that should be fairly substantial. Okay, so now we have all of these trimmed, so let's head back over to the sewing area, or the sewing table. Okay, I can barely, all right, I got to figure this out, because I can't, I'm having trouble. I'm in a very cramped area here. The camera's like right on top of everything. So it's a little bit hard for me to like get in and out of spaces. So, all right, we're gonna head back over to the sewing table and all right, and I keep hitting my head on the light that's attached to the table. So that's just the beauty of live sewing here. All right, we're gonna head back over to the table here and see what's going on. Hello. All right, yeah, does my hair look super great? All right, my hair looks, I guess I'm not too concerned about my hair right now, but whatever. Let's get some water. I don't think I missed any comments. All right, we still have 18 people watching. I guess there's 18 people who want to hang out today and just check it out. All right, so this is, all right, let me show you. All right, so this is what we have now. We have all of these pieces. So when these come together, you can see they'll have like a three-dimensional shape, but I can sew all the way around here, and I don't have to worry about doing a boxed corner. So that is what that's the really nice thing about this pattern. So when it comes together, it's going to be kind of like this, you know. So it'll have kind of like a curved, you know, popped out bottom. But I think these will be, like, the curved zipper is going to be a little tricky for a lot of us. But I think the fact that you can just sew a continuous line will also make it a little bit easier. All right, so I got to figure out next what... All right, I'm going to have to press the lining fabric. All right, I need your help too. So I'm not sure about the lining for this. So I want to get your input. Let me get the contenders for the lining here. Okay, so here's what we have. So this natural colored canvas with the gold metallic is going to be the lining of the smaller pouch. So I'm going to use one of these as the outside fabric for the small pouch, and then one of these for the lining for the bigger pouch. So I'm not sure which one I want yet. I don't know. What do you think? Should I do... Which one of these should be the outside of the smaller pouch? So the smaller pouch, let me give you a size reference. This is the piece for the smaller pouch. I kind of feel like this floral fabric would be better for the outside fabric of the smaller pouch, just because this print is a little smaller and I feel like there's more going on. So then this would be the outside and then this would be the inside. And then I think I'll have this be the lining of the bigger fabric, or of the bigger pouch. So I don't know though. I'm not like 100% sold on this, as I'm not sure if I want to use this for this project so far. What do you think? Should I go back to the drawing board and get a different fabric? I don't know. So it'll be either these two fabrics or these two fabrics. I don't know. Like, I'm not 100. I feel like maybe I should go with something completely different for the inside. I feel like maybe I should do something like aqua or something kind of unexpected. So I don't know. I haven't cut into anything. I haven't made any concrete decisions, but what does everybody think about the lining for the larger pouch? Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm not like sold on this. I'm just not. So, I think this is really pretty for the outside of the smaller pouch. I kind of want to pick a different fabric, so I think maybe I'll do that. I do think this would be a cool lining for the small pouch. You know, it's kind of a neutral, but it's also got like something going on. So this is kind of what I think about when I'm trying to figure out my fabrics. I don't really know. So, what does everybody think? What does everybody think? Let me know in the chat what you think I should do. All right, Jackie says something totally different. I agree. I'm just not loving this combination. I feel like this is too similar, and I don't feel like it has enough interesting. I feel like there's not enough visual interest with this one. I think this is really pretty fabric. I feel like this would be better for a larger project. Like maybe I could do like if this was a skirt, I think that would be really cute. But I don't know. Like I feel like I should save this for something, because this is just a bigger print overall. I feel like I should save this for something that's just like a larger like this would be a cool apron or a skirt or maybe like a shirt or something. Or like a tote, even if it was like a bigger, maybe I'll do like I'm thinking about, I also have the Noodlehead poolside tote. This actually would be kind of a cool print for the poolside tote, I think, or maybe for like a lining for that. All right, so all right, I'm going to go back, I'll keep chatting, but I'm going to see what else I have. I just don't, but yeah, I think for the smaller pouch, this for the outside. And also keep in mind, I'm selling these, so I want them to be appealing to customers who want some nice handmade pouches. So, So I think this would actually be kind of nice for the smaller pouch because this is a really pretty outside fabric. And I also think this coordinates pretty well with the strawberry still. Like, I think the combination will be good. All right, I'm going to put this one back and then let's figure. But I feel like, yeah, like something of a different color, like an aqua or something sort of unusual might be sort of a kind of a neat thing to do. So let me go to my fabric cabinet and see if I can figure something else out here. I'll be right back. But, all right. All right, guys, I'm rooting around in here. Ooh, wait a second. Man, I have so much more fabric than I thought I did. Oh, okay. All right, I found a couple contenders. All right. I think I got some contenders here. Let's see what everybody thinks here. Okay, I feel like you're going to be surprised. So, I have some, like, really OG cotton and steel fabric. All right, so this is, like, a really OG cotton and steel. This is from 2014. Was one of, I have this print. It's called, like Mix or something. Oh, Notorious. So this was like, it's called Notorious. And I have this same print in quite a few different colorways, and like I have a few metallics. So this I think would be kind of unexpected. And it's the same designers. If you don't know, the people from Cotton and Steel left and then started another new fabric company. So this would actually be kind of cool and like unexpected. And again, keep in mind, I'm selling these, so I want something cute. I'm also not sure which way. I'm not sure which. I feel like I would do up and down. So like there's one, you can kind of clearly see some lines here. So I feel like this would be better going, you know, with these lines up and down. All right, so this is one contender. Yeah, this fabric, talk about not using my fabric. I've been hoarding this for so long, but it is ridiculously cute. And this was one of my favorite prints. I just think it's such a nice, like low volume, blends with anything kind of fabric. This is in the color aqua. I've got some more cotton and steel. This was another popular. I feel like I'm not going to use this, so I feel like there's too much pink. But this is a really cute fabric. Let's see what year this is. So now, yeah, now you can kind of see all the fabric I have. This is also spring 2014. This one is called, what is this called? Dottie. So this one's called Dottie. And it's a really cute pink fabric with gold metallic dots. But I feel like that's a little too, I just feel like there's too much pink going on. And I feel like I want something a little bit more unexpected. So that's why I'm thinking the aqua fabric. The other option would be this fabric. But I don't know, I don't feel like it goes enough. I mean, this is a pretty fabric, don't get me wrong. I'm just not like loving it. But both of these, I feel like all of these fabrics would be good lining fabrics for projects. I don't even know what this is called. I ordered this I also ordered the cotton and steel panda fabric, and I still have some of that. Okay, this is also from fall of 2014. This is from, what fabric is this? I don't even know. Okay, this is called Tokyo Train Ride. And it's from the collection Drawing from My Trip to Japan. So out of the three I've shown you, what do you think for the lining of the pouch? So I feel like this, I just don't feel like these two fabrics coordinate good enough. I like this fabric, but I think I'm going to save it. I'll do something else with it. But I do need to start using up this fabric. Again, I've had this fabric since like 2014. I mean, it's a really long, or maybe I didn't buy it then, but I've had it for a really long time. So that's why right now I'm thinking the aqua would be kind of nice. I just think this would, like, it's just a fun combination, I think. All right, that's the rice cooker. So what does everybody think? I'm kind of thinking this one. So, okay. All right, Rose Petals Upcycle says the aqua one, and Lisa likes the pink dot. Oh, this is hard, guys. All right. I don't know. I think this one is out. I'm not feeling it. The pink dot would go together, and it does match pretty well with the zipper, like the zipper and everything. But yeah, I don't know. I sort of like I feel like I'm gonna go with the aqua. I feel like this is just I feel like this fabric is just nice because it's not something you would expect. And it's kind of a fun, I feel like this is contrasting. Okay, so, okay, 2 people said the pink dot. Man, this is hard. Okay, so 2 said aqua. 2 of you say aqua, and then 2 of you say pink dot. This is kind of tough. So, I don't know. All right, I think I'm going to do the aqua. I don't know. I think the aqua. All right, we'll do the aqua. Just because I think it adds a little something extra, and I feel like otherwise there's just way too much pink going on, but all of these fabrics do go well together, especially since they were all from like the same designers. All right. Okay, it looks like we have more aqua at this point, so that's good. I'm feeling the aqua, so we'll put these back. We'll save these for another day or something. I don't know. All right, so we'll put these back. Oh, she was in a little timeout because she was a little naughty earlier, just to let you know. I know. So I'm talking to my husband. All right. She was kind of messing with some boxes earlier, so I decided to give her a timeout. Okay. All right, my husband's talking to the rabbit. He actually really likes her. I think that's cool. Okay, so we'll put these back, and then we'll start pressing this fabric. And then we'll cut the linings out. Oh. All right, we got to move some stuff out of the way here. Okay. For now, we'll move some stuff over. All right, the good thing for this part, I do not need any interfacing, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, so we'll turn on the heat press again. And we will press this. Okay, so this is not too big of a piece. This is definitely like a yard Yeah, this is about a yard of fabric, so it's not, I can't believe I've had this fabric so long. I probably had this fabric for at least, it's got to be at least 6 or 7 years. Like, I've had this forever. But how cute is this? So we're finally going to start using this stuff. And I don't have to worry about measurements for this one because I'm just tracing and cutting the pieces, but there's no interfacing. So that should make things a little bit easier in some aspects. But this is such a pretty piece. I love this print. This is definitely one of my favorites. And I have this in like pink, I have this in aqua, I've got this in black, I have this in metallic, I have this in both silver and gold metallic, I have this in canvas. So clearly this is one of my favorites. I've used this in a few different projects, but clearly not enough because I still have a ton of this. So we're just gonna, okay, I gotta make sure my phone doesn't get wet too, that would be bad. Okay, so I'm just spraying this with water, and then I'm going to press this. And that's how we'll press this piece. I'm using a heat press. We're going to let the heat up for a second. All right. And this doesn't have to be totally perfect because it just has to be pressed enough. But I'm going to be doing more pressing throughout the process, so it'll be okay. Plus this is the lining, so I'll use this. And then also, how much should I sell? How much do you think I should sell these for in the Etsy shop? For a set of 2. So it'll be a set of 2 pouches. Oh, and I need to figure out, maybe I'll also use this. I'm going to be doing a tab. Like I'll do a little like loopy-doop tab on the outside. So like here, I'll put a tab. I'm going to put a little tab here. Will that need to be interfaced? Probably. So that'll probably need to be interfaced. So I'll make a bunch of them, and maybe I'll use this for the, maybe I'll also use this for the zipper tabs as well. So maybe we can do that. Or we can mix and match the fabrics. Actually, let's do that. So maybe I'll mix and match the fabrics from the other pouches and then put those on, you know, so maybe I'll use like the small pouch fabric for like the zipper tab on the bigger pouch, that kind of thing, to sort of mix it up. So maybe we'll do that. All right, so we're just going to press this out. And I'm just kind of rotating this and doing each section here. All right, Krabby Dragon, I was thinking about, I was thinking like 35, maybe like $35 for 2. So I was thinking that's the thing. I think we tend to underprice ourselves a lot as crafters. And I want to make sure my pricing indicates that, you know, I spend a lot of time on these things, because clearly I am. Plus I'm using very nice fabric. The canvas fabric especially was not cheap. So I'm thinking $35 to $40 for a set. I don't want to price them too low. Plus, if they don't sell right away, I can also do like a sale on them later down the road. But I think that's the thing. If you ever think you're going to discount your items, I would price them kind of high to begin with. So I'm thinking about 35 to, maybe I'll do 40. So $40 for two. So like on their own, the large one would be like $25, and then the small one would be like 15 or something. So I'm thinking something like that. Plus I had to pay for the zipper. You also have to account the interfacing, your time. I mean, that's still pretty low, honestly, but that's probably what people would stomach. So I don't know, 40. Heck, should I do higher than that? Should I go for like really premium pricing? I don't know. Plus, the pouches got an appearance in this YouTube stream, so I don't know. So I'm thinking at least $40. I'm also thinking about doing some quilty boxy pouches in the future, and I would do those for each one, I would probably do those at like 35 because it's just one item. So I'm thinking like I'm thinking at least $40. So we'll try that out. You know, plus I'll do some nice nice photography, nice photos for the listing and everything. So, you know, hopefully if you're thinking about selling stuff yourself, this would help. Plus you have to take into account probably Etsy, you have to keep into account Etsy fees, taxes, shipping supplies, and other stuff. So I'm thinking $40, maybe a little bit higher. And if they don't sell, I can always do a $10 discount or something like that. But again, I think people tend to really undercut themselves, especially when you take into account all of your expenses, taxes, Etsy fees, business expenses, like wear and tear on all of your supply, like wear and tear on your sewing machine, wear and tear on your iron, your cutting mat, your rotary cutter. So when you take into account everything, in my opinion, I think people tend to really lowball themselves. And the other thing I would say, and I'm pretty passionate about this, is that you end up hurting other crafters by pricing your items too low, because then people think that's the going price. If everyone priced their pouches at $60, then that would be the price. Does that make sense? So I want to go higher. Yeah, I want to go on the higher end. So I'm thinking maybe I'll try $45 and just see. So you get two of the pouches. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is that if I've been looking at prices of like designer type stuff like that, and they're really expensive. Like Louis Vuitton has zipper pouches like that. Of course, they're made of canvas, but mine has canvas too, and they're pricing it at $600. So I think it's one of those things where people definitely will pay for a name or a brand name. So if you can develop yourself as a brand, I think that will really help you in the long run, because if you can make a name for yourself, then you can sell your stuff for however much you want. Does that make sense? All right, so let's start cutting these out, or tracing these. So I'm actually thinking $45, because at least that gives me the option or the leeway if I want to do a sale, like if these things don't sell like I think they will, then at least I have, the option. So, and I'm gonna, obviously I'll only have 5 of these. So I think I'll do $45 and then, just see what happens. All right, so I'm going to start tracing these out. Okay, trying to make sure that these are, it's not hard to tell like when this is even or whatever, but I think it'll be close enough. Okay. So that's why I'm thinking right now 45. Plus this is I'm using designer fabric. Like I'm using really nice high-end quilting cotton. Plus I have the cost of the interfacing, the zipper, all the other stuff, my supplies. So I think I'm going to try $45 and see just see what happens and see, if they sell. So I think the other thing you have to keep in mind when you're doing an Etsy shop or something online, photographs and the marketing is really important. So I've seen a lot of Etsy shops with fairly poor photography, and I think the photography would make a huge difference. Also, things like choice of fabric. I've seen a lot of people selling handmade stuff, and the fabric doesn't look very, like, I hate to say it, but the fabric looks a little bit dated or like not like young and fresh. So I think when people are selling stuff, and I have to keep in mind that for samples when I'm making, like even when I'm making stuff for the sewing report videos, if the fabric doesn't pop in like the thumbnail, that makes a big difference. So I have to keep that in mind when I'm even just making stuff for photos, that people are more likely to click on something or to look at it if the fabric is really cute. So that's why I really thought hard about my fabric choices for this. Okay, so everyone thinks $45 is pretty good. Yeah, I think that would be, so a set of 2. So if I were to sell them on, if I were to sell them separately, they would be like, $25 for the big one and then $15 for the small one. And again, I'm also like someone that has an online presence, so I can market so I have some channels for marketing myself through like these live streams, through my Instagram, through Facebook. In fact, when I posted an Instagram reel last week of the super simple everyday pouch, I had someone message me and ask if they could buy one of the actual pouches because they liked the fabric. So that's the thing. It's not just the pattern that people are looking at as buyers, it's the fabric. So if you're selling stuff, really try to look at your fabric choices and think to yourself, is this something that people want? Is this something that people want to buy? Is this trendy? Like trendy fabrics are really good to do because it might be something people are looking for, like if dinosaurs are hot or sailboats or anything like that. So all right, I think $45. So if I sell all 10 sets, that's $450. And also think about it. If it takes me 2 days to make these, plus I have to do like the photography and all the listing stuff, I'm only grossing $225 a day. And that's before all of my costs. So it actually doesn't end up to be, like I'm doing this as like a fun experiment and stuff. Plus I'm getting something out of it because as a content creator, I get content. Like I get stuff for my YouTube channel. I get stuff for my Instagram and for my TikTok and, for these live streams. So I'm actually, if I was just selling these items and I wasn't making money off of content creation, even then, like $45 would be like, kind of minimum wage stuff, So really think about your choices here. Because, all right, and I think when I trace the other ones, I think after learning from my last fiasco, I'm going to flip the pieces upside down and try to get more space out of this because I think I can. So, all right, yeah, so I think we'll do $45 and see what happens. And again, if they sit there for a while, I can put them on sale. Like I don't have to, I can put them 10% off and then see what happens. So, we'll start from there. The other thing is I don't need the money, I don't need the money right away, so I'm not desperate for selling these super quick. But I think that's a mistake I see a lot of people making on Etsy is that I think their fabric choices could be a lot better for the finished items. I think the photography tends to be lacking for a lot of the shops I see. And I think they price the items too low for the time they put in. So I don't know. Does anyone else here, if you sell on Etsy, I'd love to just get more opinions, or if you sell at craft fairs, or if you sell stuff you make in general. I'm just curious to see what everyone has to say on this topic. All right, so I need 10 of these. All right, so we'll just start flipping these around. All right, here we go. But yeah, so I think I'll do 45. At first I was thinking 35, but I think that's too low. So if I do 2 days of work, I'm grossing. So before, like, that's not your net profit. The sale price is just your gross profit. So the net profit is after your expenses. And there are quite a few expenses with all this stuff. So it's something I think that's something people just don't think about enough. And then they end up cheating themselves. All right, so how long do you usually wait to put them on sale? You know, I don't know. I think if I sold none of them in like a month, I would probably think about doing that. It also depends on how much you need the funds. I mean, if you need the money now and you need that to cover supplies, I think that's one thing. The other thing is that now I paid retail price for this fabric because this was before I had like a wholesale license or whatever. But obviously my cost of fabric now that I can buy fabric at a wholesale price, my costs for the fabric would be a little bit lower. But because I bought this fabric just as a regular customer, I paid like, again, I know the price of fabric has gone up a bit. It's now closer to like $12.50 or $13. But I usually paid about like $10 a yard for this stuff. So it also depends on if you can get your supplies at a good price. So, but yeah, I think this is a good conversation to have. And I just think it's something people really do not think about nearly enough is what they need, like how much they actually need to sell. Like people just get a number in their head. Like you guys were just throwing out numbers, $25, $35. But when you actually break down your real costs, your time, how much an hour do you want to get paid, then that's another thing. So just something to think about. All right, let me pick this up. Just tracing these out. But yeah, if you sell stuff, let me know. I'd love to know your opinions. And, it bums me out to see people pricing their stuff way too low. I've seen people selling baby quilts on Etsy for like $70. And I'm thinking, you're insane. Like, even if you're skilled, look, the other thing, all right, here's another thing I have to say about this too. I also will say, I see people selling stuff that probably, in my opinion, probably aren't ready to sell stuff. I'm not trying to be like a gatekeeper of like who can sell on Etsy or who can sell at craft fairs. But I do often see people who, again, I think if you're just a beginner sewist and you don't really have all the skills yet, and I think you need to think at what level do I need to get to where my finished products look good enough to sell. And I see a lot of people on Etsy that, unfortunately, in my opinion, I just don't think these folks are quite ready yet. I'm not saying they're bad or they shouldn't be trying to sell, but I also see these same people then wonder why they're not getting any sales. And it's usually for like a number of reasons. And to me, at least, it's usually obvious pretty immediately. So that's another thing. You have to kind of figure out at what point are you ready to sell things. And I think, in my opinion, you should set a certain quality level for yourself as to what level of good your finished makes should be before you try to sell stuff to customers. The other thing is, like, you don't want to get like a bunch of customer complaints or people who are unhappy with your stuff. It needs to have some, these products should be somewhat durable if you're selling things. So I think there's a lot you can take away. Okay, so these little areas here, like these little areas, so I think I can turn this area like here into like zipper tabs and like little loops for the side. So maybe we'll do that. All right, but I'm just trying to save a little bit of space here by cutting these out a little closer together. I'll have less waste here, and I'll still have some fairly sizable pieces that I could make other parts with. So we'll do that. Okay. That's the thing. I'm not trying to dog on anyone who's new to sewing or who doesn't have a high skill level yet. But I would also encourage you to maybe wait a little bit before you try to sell stuff. And you might have better luck down the road when your stuff looks, you know, when your stuff looks a little more professional looking, if that makes sense. Okay. See, I think we'll do $45 for these and just see how it goes. I don't know. I'm only gonna have 5. Okay. But I do think there is a market for handmade items. I think people, especially more of your higher end or luxury consumer, someone who has the money for it. But keep in mind, you have to think to yourself, is my stuff something a person with money wants to buy? If they can afford an $80 tote bag or a $45 set of zipper pouches, am I making something that they're interested in? And I think sometimes people just make stuff because they like it and they aren't necessarily thinking whether or not there's actually a market for it and people actually want to buy it. So, all right, so we've got, how many of these do we have? We have, all right, so I need 10 of these. All right, so I've got 6. All right, I've got 6 of these cut out. Yeah, 6. You know, I'll just start cutting. I'm just going to start cutting stuff out and then we'll trace more. All right, so I need 4 more from here. All right, we'll just to break things up a little bit, we'll start cutting stuff out. Okay. And then we can, yeah, so I mean, today is more of like a prep day. I don't think we're going to do, but I think the pouch construction, once I get everything ready, I think that will actually go a lot quicker, because right now I'm just tracing, cutting. But you know, it's nice to just hang out and everything. Yeah. All right, Lynette Reen. Yeah, it's one thing as gifts for family and friends and another thing to try to sell. And that's the thing, people can be really picky, especially people on Etsy. If they're paying a lot of money for something, I think there's going to be a certain expectation of quality there. So if you don't feel ready for that yet, I would maybe wait a little bit, especially because now Etsy reviews seem to matter quite a bit for your shop. So if people are giving you bad reviews, or, you know, if people aren't, you know, if your stuff isn't very good, they might not buy it in the first place. But it's been kind of interesting to try to figure out Etsy. I've had a lot of fun on it, but it's certainly pretty, I mean, there's definitely some challenges to it for sure. All right, this is definitely a little more flimsy. I'm actually really glad I'm using these serrated scissors, especially because this is a little bit lighter weight than the canvas with the interfacing. This does seem to be helping a bit in terms of just being able to hold on to the fabric. So yeah, so far I give these scissors 2 thumbs up. These are the Kai serrated scissors. And not sponsored or anything. I bought these, they're pretty nice so far. My hand is getting a little fatigued after a while, but that happens with all scissors for me, so I'm not really going to fault Kai for that, because, you know, I haven't really found scissors yet that don't do that. All right, when we get to the main fabric, you know what, the good thing is, at least for the smaller pouches, I'm going to need a lot less fabric. So that actually should be easier to trace and cut, especially since I'm going to have to interface the outside fabric. So I should be using less, you know, might not be such a hassle. So if I can get like 5 or 6 of those across, that would actually be pretty nice. Because then, you know, because I'm running into issues with the canvas because I could only fit 3 pieces across and with this fabric. So the larger pouches are definitely a little trickier to figure out the yard, like how much fabric I need and stuff. Okay, so we're gonna start cutting these out. All right, did you say you were not going to interface the pouch? So I already interfaced the outside fabric for the larger pouch. For the smaller pouch, I am going to interface the outside fabric because I'm using quilting cotton. And then the lining for the smaller pouch is canvas, so that actually will have a lot of body to it already. So for both of these, I have at least one layer that's canvas and then one layer that's quilting cotton. So I did actually, yeah, I did interface, I could have interfaced the lining instead of the canvas, but I like to interface canvas when it's on the outside. I just think it looks better in my opinion. And I think it looks less wrinkly. So, I mean, you can do a lot, you know, you don't have to do that. You can do whatever, you can kind of do whatever you think works best, but that's sort of what I do. Okay. Yeah, it can be a little tricky to cut these out because you kind of have to hold the fabric, but these serrated scissors are doing a great job of gripping the fabric. So I think these were a good purchase. I like the purple. I think the purple color is cool. Oh wait, you know what? And I forgot I wanted to cut, you know, I'm gonna have to do this a little bit differently. I forgot. So on the lining pieces, I always cut them a little bit, tiny bit inside all of the lines, just because I find the lining will fit a little more snug inside the fabric. Okay. So, well, this one, I can't really do much with it now. So we'll leave this one as is, but I usually do try to do that. So I forgot about that. So I don't know. You're not really supposed to do that, but it's something I've done, and I find it just helps your lining fit a little more snugly just when it's a tiny bit smaller than the outside fabric. Because I've noticed sometimes I've had the problem of getting sort of a baggy lining, or there's like too much excess fabric inside. So right now I'm cutting a tiny bit inside the lines, and then for my outside fabrics, I always cut those a tiny bit outside the lines so that the main fabric is a tiny bit bigger than the lining fabric. Okay. But thanks for sticking with me, everybody, today. This is fun on a Sunday. I'm going to be streaming another day this week. I'm not really sure what it is yet, but I'll be scheduling the live a little bit beforehand. So if you are, but I'm not sure what day. So I don't know. I might do it like Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't know. And then what I'll do in the meantime is I'll start editing together some highlights from this stream, because I'm going to be doing a more condensed version of this whole project for the main channel. For the people who don't, because apparently a lot of people do not like watching live streams, so that's why I'm separating that type of content out. Okay. All right, yeah, we'll just do, yeah. What can I do about the other piece? But it's okay. I kind of forgot about that. I got so wrapped up in things. Okay. Yeah, I think this fabric's going to be really cute. I'm kind of excited about this. I'm glad I've finally gotten to use this. I think the color it reminds me of like a swimming pool or something. So I think this will be pretty nice. So I think that's the plan, is I'm going to be starting to make some handmade stuff to list in the Etsy shop and get a good variety of, like, you know, different zipper pouches, boxy pouches, like small things, and just see how it goes. In addition to the fabric and sewing supplies, because I'm kind of running out of, like, you know, things to do with my sewing projects, and I don't really want to make, I don't want to make stuff without a purpose, but I figure, you know, maybe I'll give it a shot trying to experiment with the Etsy shop in that capacity. All right, I need to cut some, yeah, so I need to cut like zipper tabs. Yeah, I think I'll have like the loop. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to figure out. I'm gonna do some sort of a like a tab on the side, like a pull tab. I gotta figure out the fabric. I think I will have the zipper tab on the large pouch be this fabric, you know, so you can kind of get a preview of what the color inside will be. But I gotta figure out, I'm not really sure yet what I want the pull tab to be. So we'll have to look at some of our options here. So you can see this is taking me a long time to do. All right, we're cutting out the third piece here. All right, let me put my hair down. Yeah, I feel like it looks a little crazy, but that's okay. All right. All right, my husband's trying to troll over here. What are you doing?
Trolling.
Trolling, yeah. He's in the back. Oh my God.
Trolling still.
Oh boy. He likes to give me a hard time. Sorry. All right, question, are the serrated scissors like pinking shears? Not really. The serrated edge I find it makes the fabric easier to hold on to. I find with the regular scissors, it just sort of slips. Sometimes the fabric just sort of moves and then you don't end up getting as accurate of a cut. But these scissors so far, they're really quite nice to use. So I'm gonna start using these for cutting fabric more. This is nice. The only thing is, yeah, after a while your hand gets a little fatigued. So that's why I might take a little, yeah, so I'll cut a few of these and then I'll trace more and then we'll cut more and see where we get with this. Is it already 6:47? Yes, it is. And who else was thrown by a loop by daylight saving? Is it daylight? I think it's daylight saving time and not daylight savings time. I really hate it and I wish it would go away. But apparently we can't accomplish that, so that's a little bit disappointing. I feel like that's like the one thing everybody agrees on, and apparently we can't even do that. So I'm a little bit frustrated about that because like nobody likes this. Nobody likes this. Like I was up until after 2 a.m. last night or early this morning, and seeing the clock flip from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. automatically, it hurt. I'm not gonna lie, it did hurt. It's not very fun. So I just wish, I just don't want to do this. I don't want to change clocks. I hate it. I think it's stupid. We have electricity now. We don't need to, you know, we just don't need to be doing this anymore. So I'm done. I'm just over it. And I think this needs to, I think we need to stop the insanity and end daylight saving time. Okay, so we got this piece done. Yeah, this is quite cool. All right, I'm gonna shave off these little, I feel like we got a little fray in here. Let's just cut this off. I hope everyone's having a great time today. We're just having a chill afternoon. Y'all can chat among each other, meet some new friends, you know, chat. I really like live stream chat areas because I find you can really have a lot of fun with other people, and just even independently of what's going on in the live stream, you know, people just live it up in the chat, and I think that's awesome. So I wanted to create a space like that where people could congregate, meet, chit chat, and have a place to talk to each other. Besides Facebook groups where everyone's like getting angry with everybody, I want this to be a fun, you know, chill space. Okay, let's read this comment. No, so I thought Congress did do something, but it like didn't pass. Like I think there was a proposal, but and there was something. I live in Florida, and I think we had some sort of legislation to get rid of daylight saving time. But it like I don't know how does it not pass? How does anyone vote no on eliminating daylight saving time? No idea. I think it's stupid. And I just don't think I think there's zero need for changing your clock twice a year. So I don't know. That's been a little, I could go on about that. I'm going to try not to, but that's something I really, really dislike. All right, we're going to cut out 3 more and then we'll trace. So I got 4 more I need to trace after I cut these out. Yeah, this is taking forever. Honestly, if I can get this done in 2 days, I think that'll be a fairly quick estimate. I feel like it could take longer. So again, you have to think about it. If I end up selling these for $45 each, 2 full days, is it worth it to you? Like, is $225 a day gross worth it to you? So that's something to think about. So I can see why people charge even more than that. Again, the reason I think I'll do 45 is because I don't want to. Also think there's like a ceiling as to what people are willing to pay. You know, I mean, maybe if I become better known for this, maybe I can charge more. I don't know. But I think underpricing yourself from the get-go, I think is a mistake. If anything, I would price yourself like a little bit higher than what you actually want. So, and yeah, when I break down the numbers, $45 is not that much when you do all the math. So I think that at this point that's probably the minimum I would need to charge to make it like kind of worthwhile. If I charge any less than that, I think it doesn't make any sense, and I could make money another way. So that's what I think. So yeah, we're going to do a set of 2. And that's the reason I wanted to do a set of 2, is so that it feels like, I think to customers, it'll feel like you're getting like a little bit more for your money if it's like a bundle of something. So that's, you know, I don't know. I've never tried to sell handmade stuff before, so this is all new to me. And I will be sharing my results with you once I start doing this a little bit more. So I've been running this Etsy shop as kind of an experiment for the last 2 years. I've learned a lot that I think I can share. And I do want to do a live stream kind of breaking down my numbers. I'll tell you exactly how much I made from the Etsy shop, but I also have a lot of expenses, and then of course you have to pay taxes on everything, so that's the thing. So say I make $450 from selling 10 sets of zipper pouches, right? All right, so $450. Let's say out of that, my expenses are about, let's say my expenses are about $50, which I think would be fairly reasonable. So let's say $50. So that takes me down to $400. Minus Etsy fees, it's like 6.5%, plus there's payment processing fees, listing fee, all that stuff. So let's say another, and also that's on the, actually I need to minus that first. So let's say $450. So that would probably be like, let's say, I'm going to say about 10% total for everything. So there's $45. So I'm at $405 minus $50 for supplies. That would be $355 minus like, you know, taxes. All right. So let's do, all right, let me do the math. So let's say it's, all right. All right, so, all right, we're starting out, all right, and I'll show you this. All right, so, and I'm just trying to do this math for you as crafters so you can kind of get an idea on how to price your stuff if this helps you. All right, so let's say we start at $450, and I'll say like minus 10% for like Etsy fees and stuff. All right, $405 minus, oh, and I also have to figure in shipping supplies. So like my mailers, you know, all that stuff, labels. All right, so let's say another, let's say $50 for materials. And let's say another $5. We'll say $5 for shipping materials. So now I'm down to $350. All right, so let's say my tax rate is like 25%. All right, so 25% for taxes. All right, I'm at $262. This is after taxes. All right, so let's divide that by 2. All right, so if I sell all 10 sets of zipper pouches for $45 each, after taxes, expenses, fees, and all that stuff, I am being paid $131 per day. So let's also divide that, like say it takes me 20 hours. All right, so let's say 20 hours to make, right? So 20 hours, oh wait. Let's say 10 hours, all right, so I broke that down into day. Let's say it takes me 10 hours per day and I spend 2 days doing it. So we'll divide that by 10. That's $13 an hour. So after taxes and all that stuff, I am making $13 per hour. So I want to ask you, is that worth it? I could make more money per hour, although that's before taxes. I could probably make $16 an hour working at McDonald's somewhere, or like, again, doing something else. Again, some of these restaurants are paying Kroger delivery where I am. They're paying people $18.50 an hour starting out. So I could probably make the same amount of money delivering groceries for Kroger than I can making this stuff. So that's why I think bare minimum, I think $45 is like the minimum I should be charging. Also keeping into account that I also make money in other ways from making these. But if you don't have a YouTube channel, if you don't have a monetized Instagram or something, you know, you're getting paid $13 an hour after taxes, expenses, and fees. So if you spend 20 hours making 20 zipper pouches, so that works out to be, the labor works out to be about an hour per, so if and again, I don't know how much time I'll spend making these, but if I spend on average 1 hour per pouch, you know, I mean, that's what you're getting. So I hope this is helpful for anyone that's thinking about selling your stuff. You need to take into account all of this stuff. And I also didn't take into account like wear and tear on my equipment and my stuff. So that's a whole other thing. You know, wear and tear on my sewing machine, my, you know, needle replacement. I just took into account the materials. So it's probably going to be more than that. But I mean, this really doesn't work out to be a high paying endeavor once you know, X out everything that you have to spend and taxes. So just some food for thought here. All right, we got 2 more to cut out and then we'll trace some more out. So yeah, it's not very much, honestly, that's not very much money. So I don't know. Especially since, all right, let me do the math. So I used to be a television producer. Also, I might be, I'm accidentally recording. Okay. I did not mean to record this whole thing. All right, so we're going to stop this. All right. All right, so let me try to figure out how much I made at my last job. Okay. I'll figure it out. Okay, so at my last job as a television producer with CNN, I made about $33 per hour. So $33 per hour compared to $13 an hour making and selling zipper pouches for Etsy. So kind of interesting when you look at it. Of course, I enjoy this quite a bit more. Plus, I have a YouTube channel, so there's other stuff going on. But obviously, I think the point is that there's different ways to make more money, and there's certainly I imagine easier ways to make the same amount of money. So just keep that in mind for if you're making and selling stuff, you do really have to learn about business and try to figure out, can you lower your costs? Can you try to make things faster? And I'm sure I could probably make these things faster if, I wasn't doing a live stream. Probably not that much faster because I'm slow. But, yeah, doing this is not going to mean big bucks. I'd have to be selling these for like, $89. If I was selling these for like $89, then it would be paying me a bit more. But, I don't think there's that many people that would pay $89 for 2 zipper pouches unless, it had like a Chanel logo on it or something. So, but hey, it is what it is. All right, so I need to cut out 4 more of these. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 4. This is going to be 5, 6. So I'm going to need 4 more after this. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves, kicking back today. Maybe you're working on a project yourself and you got this on in the background. Yeah, I need to make the zipper tabs. So maybe after we cut out these, maybe we'll make those. I need to figure out how big I need to make them. It's in the instructions, but yeah. I'm going to be using glue as my friend, and I'm going to be doing a lot of glue basting. So we'll definitely be doing that. Yeah, and the other thing is, even though I'm planning on making 5 sets, I mean, I could have at least one set that's not maybe I mess up on and doesn't end up being in saleable condition. That's highly possible. Quite honestly, it's probably going to happen. Okay. But yeah, these scissors so far are totally great. I am a fan. Yeah, these scissors are pretty cool. So I don't regret the purchase at all. I think this was a good buy. All right, got a few more areas to cut here. Sorry, hopefully everyone can see. I know I'm kind of getting a little close. I need to kind of move over this way a little bit here. All right, Jackie, thank you. She's got to go, but I really appreciate you and all the support here. I hope you have a great week. And don't worry, guys, I'm staying here, but Jackie has to run. But thank you for tuning in for a little bit. I really, really appreciate it. I know, and again, if you got to go, don't feel bad. That's why I wanted to do this for quite a while, was just so that I think the problem with doing lives that are like shorter is that by the time people see the lives going on, it's ended. So I figure if I'm going live for like 5 hours, then I feel like it gives people more of a chance to join in. So that's why I really wanted to do like longer live streams. All right, we got one. Wait, do I got one more? Okay, I got one more, and then we'll cut a few more of these. We'll trace a few more of these out. All right, so I need 4. All right, we're gonna be doing a little bit more tracing here. So you see how long this takes me? All right, so, and I've been at this for, man, I'm not even like close to being done with the prep. And I've been at this for 5 hours now. So I'm already at the 5-hour mark. So it's taking quite a while. And I'll do the math at the end to see how long it takes me. And like, you know, what the profit ends up being. It's probably not going to be that much, honestly. Yeah, and yeah, the $50 for supplies, I sort of just pulled that out. But, you know, I think that kind of makes, it's probably a little bit less than $50, but not that much. Because I am using quite a bit of fabric and interfacing and all this other stuff. So I think the $50 is pretty fair for materials. So we'll keep doing some crafting, and then, you know, yeah, so I'm going to be doing this more and then continuing to make stuff to list in the shop, and hopefully it gives us a chance to hang out and everything. So, all right, one more, and then we got to trace a few more. So this is going to be the lining. Yeah, I think I picked a good orientation for this. I think it does look better. I think it definitely looks better with the more prominent stripe lines going vertically. I just think it looks better. I don't know why. And I think this color is going to work pretty well with the strawberries. Okay. Got one more to cut. I'm going to eat something. Maybe I'll eat on stream. Maybe we'll do that, and then we'll keep crafting. So yeah, I can keep going for a while. So maybe what I'll do is I'll heat up some food. We'll eat and hang out, and then we'll keep working here. I have no qualms. I do have to pack. I got at least one Etsy order, so I'm going to need to pack that up at some point, but I stay up pretty late, guys. So I was up last night until 4 a.m. And then I tried to get up at like 10:30. But it really felt like 9:30 because of freaking daylight saving time, and so I don't know. But because I really didn't want to get started too late. I think the other thing I want to do on stream is do some quilting. So I'd like to make a quilt sometime soon. So I think that's definitely going to be happening. So we're gonna make a quilt together. So I think I'm going to try to make a quilt I'm going to try to make a quilt in one day, but I need to figure out like the best way to go about it. But I want to do like some really quick quilts, because I know some quilts can take forever, and they'd certainly take me forever, but I really want to have some material out there for people who want to make a quilt but also don't want to spend 3 months making it. So that's something I've got like going in the, you know, kind of in my head. So I'm not really sure when that'll be, but that's going to be fairly soon. I just wanted to do this project first so I could, you know, try this whole Etsy handmade thing out and see how it goes. Okay. I think my husband's talking to some people online, I think. He's definitely eating. I need to heat something up. Okay, so we got this going on. Let's cut out. So, I mean, at least we got these pieces cut out. If I can get the smaller pouch cut out tonight, I think I'll consider that a pretty good success here. But I really appreciate everyone who's still watching. Hopefully this is kind of a nice chill thing to have on just as you're going about your day. That's sort of the purpose for this. All right, so we're gonna cut some more of these guys out. Okay. All right, so let me get my pattern piece out again. Imagine if I really make a big screw up and then you know, none of these go well. That'd be less than fun. That would not be very fun at all. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do this. We'll go about it this way now. So like this doesn't seem to matter. All right, here we go. We're gonna cut these guys out. All right, yeah, my hand definitely needs a bit of a break from the scissors. Okay. This also looks a little crooked. This looks better. All right. Yeah, I've had this pattern for a couple years. I've made a few of them. I have not made one of these in like a year, at least a year, but it's really like a great pattern. And it looks like the finished item looks really cute. So that's why I chose this. It's also not like a super expensive pattern. And I like that Noodlehead doesn't place any she doesn't place any crazy restrictions on what buyers can do with the pattern. You're allowed to sell handmade finished items on a, like a home-based scale. So if you are wanting to sell these, you can. All right, let's get another one of these guys. So I need 4 more. All right. Yeah, I got to figure. I mean, I'll probably still be on. We can figure out who wins the Oscar. We can do that. Okay. Yeah, tracing out pattern pieces is definitely a little easier on the hands than cutting them. So tonight I'll probably eat some ramen and then have some lunch meat and cheese. That'll probably be my dinner. I also need to place another grocery order because I think we're running low on some stuff. So I'm going to have to do that at some point. We'll do that later. Okay. Yeah, I think this is going okay so far. All right. Oh, I forgot. All right. See, I missed tracing one section here. All right, we got to do that. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay, that looks pretty okay. And then we need one more. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to interface the line pieces just because this will go significantly quicker now. So that hopefully that'll be kind of helpful. Hopefully. All right, yeah, actually I'm gonna have a pretty good section over here of usable material here. Okay. Let's do one more after this. All right, but I'm glad I'm finally using a bit of this fabric. And I feel like, all right, so another thing that I think I'm glad that I'm trying to do this whole handmade selling thing is that I'm hoping this can finally help me try to de-stash some of my fabric collection. I have way too much fabric, and I'm hoping that by doing this, I'll start to whittle down what I have so it's not so much. I'm using I'm starting to use all my cute stuff here, like my cute fabric. Okay, so I think that'll be good. Using up my cute fabric, and then hopefully starting to make a dent in the amount of fabric I have, because it is a lot. So, I mean, I have a lot of fabric that I didn't even know I owned, which is probably a sign that you have too much fabric. All right, where should I'm trying to figure out where to cut this last piece. All right, I'll just probably cut it over here. Yeah, this is going to be kind of a weird shape of extra fabric here. So, yeah, definitely this will be a little strange. Okay. So, but I am hoping this will help me at least try to like control what I have and offload some of my fabric by using it. So I'm trying to use this, and I'll make a bunch of stuff and then I'll just see if it sells. Be a little extra money, you know, and we'll see. Okay. Yeah, I kind of feel like nah, there's too much waste. All right, we'll just do this. I mean, yeah, this is going to be kind of a weird chunk, but whatever. Okay. One more. So we got 10 out of this. So, I mean, I think a yard of this fabric could probably cut like, this is about a yard. I can definitely get at least probably 14 of these out of here. So I could probably make 7, but I only have 5 of, wait, no, I think I bought more zippers. I bought a lot of zippers, so we're going to be making this pattern quite a bit. I'll probably be doing this pattern in another colorway too. So we'll be selling that. And then I think I'll also make some of my everyday pouches to sell as well. So last week I did some hacks for the pattern to add some additional elements. So I think I'll be trying to make some of those for the Etsy shop as well, but adding like a D-ring, and then also maybe selling some additional wristlets. I just de-stashed all of my hardware, and now I'm like, oh, I need purse hardware. So I'm going to be making some everyday pouches with like the mesh pockets and with like the patch pockets, and I might not do the patch pocket on the inside. I might just do the outside pocket and then do a D-ring on the side, and then maybe do a wristlet. Maybe I'll have that come with it. So maybe that, and I'll probably sell those for $40 as well, because those are pretty involved to make. And if I do all of those elements, I feel like that's a little bit, I think to customers that'll feel more like a clutch purse. Actually, maybe I will do the patch pocket. I don't think that would be that much extra work. So I think doing little stuff like that can maybe help customers feel like they have more value. And it is, because it's a lot more than just a pouch. If they're getting like an outside pocket, if they're getting a D-ring that they could attach it to other purses, it makes the item a lot more versatile. And I think that's what I'm finding out. All right, we're gonna get to cutting more of these guys. All right, I'm gonna need some more water too. Yeah, I'll be up late tonight. I mean, I guess I could pack Etsy orders with you too. The only thing is I'm gonna have to be careful not to show like addresses and stuff. So, but I could probably at least like, you know, print out the orders, get everything together. So maybe I'll do that on stream. Just, hey, live sewing room, all live all the time, something like that. I don't know. So I'll go as long as I can and everything. I wish I was a faster cutter. That would make life a lot easier. But I'm not. Like, and that's the thing, I like to cut. I'm very careful with my cutting, so I think that's why I'm so slow. And I'm also pretty careful with my sewing. That's another reason why I'm also slow with that. Let's see, but we're gonna do these. I'm hoping when I make these, because I'm doing them assembly line style, it'll hopefully make it easier. So we'll see. We're cutting these guys out. Yeah, so I mean, this is a pretty nice scrap piece here. So that's pretty large. So that's a plus. So I have a pretty nice big piece here. I don't know what to do with all these scraps, but I got them. All right, and let me know in the chat here, what day of the week should I stream next? It's gonna be a weekday. What day would you most like to see me do live streams during the week? What days in particular? Because I'll probably be doing most of the live streaming. I know this is like the second Sunday, but I'll probably be doing most of it during the week. So let me know which days you think you would prefer a live stream be. You know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Monday. I'm not really sure yet, so I'm pretty open to suggestions here of what day you would be most interested in catching a live stream, or just, you know, sitting along and chatting and having it on in the background. So, because I think I'll come back on. We'll definitely be doing day 2 of this. I'm not even getting close to being done, so I'm definitely not going to be finishing, that's for sure. So we'll make this, we'll try to list them, and then maybe I can get like a pretty good little stash of inventory for the handmade items, and then that could be another, you know, another thing that I do while I'm making them live on this channel. So it's sort of like multitasking, if that makes sense. I got one more. More little section here. All right. After we cut these out, I'll take another chat break and we'll read some more comments. Okay. I'm also going to take this opportunity to sort of like, I'm going to cut this out so I'm not working with this whole big piece. So I'm sort of going to roughly cut around these. All right, we got this little scrap here, just so that I'm more, you know, it's not so cumbersome here. We'll just sort of cut this out. All right, so this is a scrap piece. And we'll cut around here. Okay, oh, this salvage is, oh, I should have saved this salvage. I guess I still can. I should have thought about that before. I mean, I still have a decent, let's see how big this is. I still have a decent sized piece here. Honestly, I should have traced this a little farther away, but it'll be all right. All right, so this is about, let's see. It's about 20 inches. Yeah, I wish I had kind of trimmed that away, because this is actually a pretty cool salvage for projects here. This is kind of neat, isn't it? I think this looks really, I just like this fabric a lot. I'm sad I'm using it, but I'm also happy because I needed to use it. But this is definitely one of my favorite colors from Cotton and Steel. Cotton and Steel, the OG. And I feel like, is it just me? I feel like Cotton and Steel really kind of changed the game for fabric. Like, their fabrics were just so different than anything else that was out there. I remember everyone like just went nuts over Cotton and Steel. Oh, and I have a bunch of other cool prints I can use. So maybe I'll use some of those for the everyday pouches. I've got some really fun fabric that I want to bust out. Okay. All right, Krabby Dragon. All right, cool. Whatever weekday works for you is fine. I can have the live show playing softly on my phone while I'm at work. All right, that's the right idea there. Yeah, have it kind of in the background or whatever if you got to, because sometimes I can listen to podcasts and stuff while I'm working if I don't need to hear audio for something. So if I'm just working at the computer or something, it's pretty easy for me to kind of passively listen to stuff. So thank you for that. All right, so yeah, I feel like weekdays, most of them work for most people. I feel like Friday maybe would be the worst day, because I think that's the day, like if you're going to get off early from work or whatever, I feel like that's going to be the day. So I'm thinking like, you know, and actually weirdly for the main YouTube channel, Sunday is I have the most viewers, and then Monday is the next. Like Monday's actually better than I would have expected to be for viewership for a YouTube channel. So maybe we'll do this on like Tuesday. So maybe we'll do that. I don't know. I have I have a dentist appointment on Wednesday. I'm finally going to the dentist after like years of of not. So I have a dentist appointment on Wednesday. So maybe we could do it on Tuesday. I don't want to stream every single day just because I think I would start to feel really run down. So I'm thinking, you know, at least 2 to 3 days a week. If I could get up to 3 days a week, I think that would be pretty cool. Like maybe I could do like you know, I don't know, 2 days during the week and then sometimes on Sundays. Maybe we can do that. I don't think I'll be able to stream every Sunday, so that's why I don't want to necessarily commit to Sunday. But I don't know. So I'm thinking, I mean, I guess I could do like Tuesdays and Thursdays, or maybe Monday. Like, I think on a this week probably won't be like normal, but maybe like normally Monday. I mean, I guess I could do like Monday and Thursday. I don't know. Monday and Thursday, or like, I don't know. I want to do at least 2 days a week during the week of doing this, like just hanging out all day and making projects. And then on the days in between, I'll work on like administrative stuff for the channel. I can edit, I can do editing, I can shoot other videos. So there's a lot of stuff I could do. So I could shoot other videos, I could edit highlight videos, I could edit other videos. So I feel like having a few days of not being on camera is good because there's a lot of other stuff I have to do as well. Also allows me to catch up on housework and stuff. So there's a lot to think about, but I would really like to be doing this 2 to 3 days a week if, you know, if I can get some viewership. So if you're here, that really helps me out. If you have not hit the like button yet, go ahead and do it. Just do it. And, you know, leave a comment, leave a chat for the algorithm. It really also helps. Thumbs up helps, subscribes help. Although subscribe doesn't mean as much as it used to. But if I can get to 1,000 subscribers, at least that would help me get monetized here, so that would be awesome. All right, so I've got 2 more here. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna sort of start to cut this out. All right, so oh yeah, I wanted to keep the selvage. So guys, yeah, I really want to keep this selvage. I think it's really cute. I'm probably gonna need to get some water soon. Okay. All right, Lisa says Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday sometimes is good. Yeah, I feel like Tuesday would be good because it's not Monday, you know, I don't know. And then maybe sometimes on Sunday, but I just don't think I can commit to every single Sunday. Plus, sometimes I feel like people are doing stuff on the weekend, and Tuesday, you know, during the week, people are more, you know, I feel like everyone's more likely to be at home. Or at work where you can watch something. And let's be real, a lot of people at work are looking at stuff online. You know, it's just what happens at most workplaces. You're watching videos, you're doing all kinds of stuff. You got music on in the background. It's definitely happening. All right, so I gotta figure out the smaller pouch. So after I do this, you know, instead of sewing these down, we'll work on the smaller pouch stuff. If I can get these pieces cut out tonight, I think that would be pretty good headway. Get everything cut out. See how long this takes me? It takes me forever, freaking forever. Got daylight savings time, which really messed me up. We really need to get rid of it. I'm telling you, we got to get rid of it. Somebody help us out and get rid of daylight saving time. Because it sucks. All right. Gonna get this away. I mean, yeah, I have a pretty good scrap here, so there's a lot left. Still have this fabric. I can use it for other stuff. So cute. It's so cute. Make more of these stuff. Yeah, and I think I will put the sewing report labels on all of these pouches. So I think I got to figure out how to. Actually, yeah. No, I think I have a pretty good idea. See, I think I will do the sewing report label on all of these, just, you know, to have like a little, you know, maker's mark kind of thing going on. So we'll do that. All right, so we gotta cut this out here. So yeah, I'm gonna try to just cut this piece off so it's a little bit easier to handle everything. And then we'll work on. So I need to interface the outside fabric of the small pouch and then cut everything out. All right, so here is what I got left. This is my scrap here. Krabby Dragon, I thought so, but apparently they couldn't figure that out. Like, it did not happen. That's why we're still doing this nonsense. I mean, somebody needs to end the madness. Like, I feel like this is definitely a bipartisan issue. And I'm sorry, if you're not in favor of ending daylight saving time, you are insane. You are insane. This is my hill to die on, and I will. Maybe that could be my cause as I fight to end daylight saving time. That could be my political contribution. But yeah, because I could have sworn Florida got rid of it, but we didn't. So I was like, what the crap? Like I was very disappointed when I found that out. Because I really thought, somehow in my mind, I thought that they passed something to get rid of it. But I guess I was just imagining things, sadly. Because that did not happen. All right. I think this fabric looks good. Looks good. I haven't seen any flaw. Like that's the thing I'm looking for too, is like, are there any flaws on the fabric? Like, I'm always a little bit worried about selling stuff because then you really have to be a little more nitpicky about everything. So. It is what it is. All right, 2 more to go, and we'll work on the outside stuff. But I'm gonna need significantly smaller, I'll need significantly smaller pieces of fabric because the small pattern is much, smaller. All right, so I think day 2 of this will be much more exciting because we'll actually be putting these pouches together. Obviously today's more of like a prep day. But that's okay. This is real, like, guys, this is real. This is real sewing. This is not TikTok instant. I'm not just, I'm not shoving a pile of fabric in your face and then when I zoom out, it's a finished item. That's just not how it works. Not how it works. Okay. Yeah, I definitely would like to add some cute labels to this. That'd be cool. All right, 1 more to go, and then we can worry about the other fabric. All right, so maybe we'll do Tuesday. Like tomorrow I'll take a day and sort of get get more stuff ready. And then maybe Tuesday we'll, you know, I'm sure this is not going to be finished, so maybe Tuesday we'll finish everything up. But I'll still be here cutting stuff out. I'll stay on here probably as long as I can to trace and cut all these pieces, which will be, you know, a little bit. All right, and actually I'll probably do the interfacing pieces last for the small pouch, just so I can get to some more tracing and cutting and stuff. So we'll do that, I think. Okay. Yeah, I gotta, and also have to put on, I'll have to put on the labels and everything. Oh, and I need to worry about, actually, you know what? I think since I've got this out, I'll go ahead and cut out some, zipper tabs too. So we'll do that since I'm going to use that fabric for it. So I think we'll do that. I'm not sure what fabric I'll use for the, like the little side tabs. So I got to figure that out. I don't think I want to use the same, fabric. I think I might use yeah, I'm not sure. Or maybe I'll do the side tab, and then I'll do the zipper tab be the other fabric. I don't know. I've got, you know what? I'll sit on it. Maybe I won't do that yet. So this is definitely going to be at least a 2-day project here, though. So we're going on hour 5 here, and I'm still here. All right. Hope everyone's doing all right. We got 11 people here. Welcome. Yeah, maybe my goals do like the longest sewing live streams ever. I don't know. All right, so we've got 10 of these cut out. All right, and I'm not going to trace the stitch lines yet because I'm going to do those closer to when I sew them. Let's see here. Yeah, I got to figure out what. Actually, you know what? I think I will do, because the zipper is pink and everything, maybe I will do like, yeah, I gotta decide. Oh, and I also need to like fold the zipper tape back for sewing this, so I need to do that. So that's definitely in the cards. Gotta do that. Need to make the zipper tabs here. Not really sure what fabric I'm gonna do though. Yeah, I gotta decide. Maybe I'll also use some, scrap. No, I want to use the same. I think I want to, here's the thing. I think all of the, even though there'll be some slight variations just due to like pattern placement and everything, I think generally I want all of the items to be the same fabric so people don't complain like, oh, I thought this, you know, that one part of fabric would be pink and it's blue or something. So I think we'll have to make them all the same. I am going to need to interface whatever part I have be like the little, you know, pull tab part. I'm going to have to put some interfacing on there. So we'll do, I got to figure out what. So I'll probably make those about 1 inch. Yeah, I'll probably have those be about 1 inch. So I need to cut some interfacing strips for that. So I guess I could use these for like the loops or something like that. Those might work. This could also work for, actually maybe on the other, maybe I'll have this be the zipper tape for the smaller one. All right, yeah, I'm gonna put this aside. I'm not gonna make any decisions right now. Let me get out the lining fabric and we'll cut that out. We'll trace and cut some of those and we'll go from there. So I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. All right. All right, so this is going to be the lining for the small pouch. This is a kind of a natural colored canvas with a gold metallic, like little up and down, like little, they almost look like the caret symbol. Oh, and let me and move some of this out of the way. So this, because it's fairly, this is a fairly medium weight fabric, like this has a little bit of heft to it. This will be great for the inside because it'll still have some structure to it. Okay. So let me move some of these guys out of the way, and then we'll start tracing these, but I should need a lot less. Actually, and I've got another idea. I think I'll trace, all right, yeah, this is a genius. Okay, I think I came up with an idea on how to avoid the mistake I made with the other fabric. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to trace all 10 of the pieces I need onto this fabric, and then I'll use that as a guide for how much fabric I need for the main fabric and how much interfacing I need. So I think that will be a good way to help me avoid the last mistake. So if you are trying to do this, maybe this will help you, I don't know. So, all right, I'm going to trace out some pieces here. So I'll trace out 10. Oh, and I gotta figure out, all right, I definitely want this to be up and down. So this needs to be, this pattern needs to be placed like this. I think I'll also yeah. It's kind of hard to see on the other side, so it's hard to tell, like, it's a little bit hard to tell, like, if these things are straight up and down. So I may have to, like, I may actually have to trace and cut on the right side, just so I can see. But I'm going to trace all 10 of these out, and then I'll use that. I'll use this piece of fabric to measure how much I need of the other fabric, because I need the same amount. So hopefully that works, and that helps me avoid my mistake of not cutting a piece big enough for the other one. So this is going to be the lining for the small pouch. This is obviously, you can see this is much smaller. All right, so all right. And I should be able to fit more of them across, because they're definitely significantly smaller. So I know I've repeated that a lot, but whatever. Okay. All right, so let's start placing these. So this is the lining. See, I know it's kind of weird to use canvas as a lining, but I figure why not? And I think this looks cute. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Ooh, all right, I like this idea. Make a matching key fob with something you make. Okay. Yeah, that could be cool. So I could make like some key fobs. I do have a bunch of, funny you should say that. I have a bunch of key fob hardware, and it's gold. So that would work, and that would be a good way of, making matching accessories. So maybe I could sell those for like $5. I could probably sell those for $5 to $7, maybe $7, $7.50 or something, and have it be coordinating fabric. That is actually a pretty good idea. So, okay. So we're just gonna trace a bunch of these. Yeah, this is going a lot quicker because this is obviously much smaller. All right, yeah, and the reason I'm doing it on the right side is because I really want to be able to see, better on where exactly the placement is on the fabric. And it's hard to tell on the other side because it's canvas and because it's a little bit thicker. So we're going to do that. And the good thing about this fabric too is that it's directional, but it can be either placed, this can be placed upside down the other way, and it won't, it won't be wrong. So we're good. I'm glad I chose, yeah, I think these fabrics will be cool. So we're going to keep cutting. What's everybody doing that's watching? Are you eating dinner? Just chilling? Are you making something? Obviously you're watching this. Okay, so we got 3. Yeah, I should definitely be able to get way more. Yeah, I'm glad, so I won't need as big of a piece of interfacing and main fabric and everything, so that should go a little bit quicker, that part. So we're going to cut these out. So I think if I can, maybe, I don't know how long I'll be on here, but we can at least get through, if I can get through cutting out the fabric and then maybe starting to get the zippers ready and stuff, that would be cool. So doing some zipper prep, that kind of thing. All right, so we got, yeah, this is definitely going faster because I can get more of these. And then I'll cut out this whole piece and then I'll use it to put on the other piece of fabric so that I know how much stuff I need. I think this was definitely the smarter way to go here. So, all right. So we got 3 of these traced already. Yeah, this is a really fun pattern. Yeah, batch sewing, it definitely takes longer, but you know, if you're gonna make 1, why not make 5, you know? All right, so we got, let's see how, I don't know how long this is. Let's see. All right, this is definitely wider than normal fabric. So I think I'll do 4 of these because regular fabric is definitely not this wide. So yeah, so I think I'll do as much of, wait, actually no, this is only about 45 inches too. This isn't even really, I really was thinking that this would be a lot longer than quilting cotton, but this is still only about 45 inches. So I should be able to do 5 across. So we'll just do 5 across here. Ooh, cooking ribs in the oven. Okay, that sounds really good. I wouldn't mind some ribs right now. Can I come over to your house, Lisa? I'll pay my way. I'll pay an entry fee if I can get some ribs. You could have like kind of like you can run like an unlicensed restaurant. I'll pay to eat there. All right, let's check. Let me check a couple stuff online. Yeah, I really haven't been monitoring the comments today on my other channel, so I'm going to do that real quick. All right, we're up to 241 subs on this channel. Thank you, everybody. We're almost at 250. I've gotten like 11 subscribers since I started streaming today, so that's awesome. I don't know how many, I have no idea how many viewers we have right now. I literally, yeah, no, I have no idea how many people have been watching this on and off all day. I really don't know until it's over with. Moderate the comments on the main channel real quick. And then I'll check the Etsy orders. If I have like I don't know, if I have several, I may have to cut this short so I can fulfill some orders. Although I guess I could still just do it, here. I can at least get everything ready. Okay. All right, let's check the Etsy shop real quick just to, because I had like 1 order earlier today. So let me just, okay, I've got 2 total. That's not too, it's really not too overwhelming, so that should be fine. Okay. Okay, everyone's ordering, wow, it's kind of interesting. Everyone's ordering the squeeze bottle glue, the squeezy bottle I use for glue. Everyone likes that. I think that's cool. Okay. All right, so I got 2 orders, but it's nothing too crazy, so I should be able to handle that after I jump off of here, so that should be fine. Okay. All right, we're gonna keep, did I already trace this? Okay, yeah, I already traced this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, so I should be able to fit, all right, so I should be able to fit 5 on like the quilting cotton too, hopefully. Okay. Maybe we'll heat up some ramen and have some lunch meat. That would be cool. All right, so we got this guy. Yeah, I'm curious to see how long this is going to take total. I think 20 hours is actually fairly conservative. It might take a little bit longer. I don't know. So we'll have to see. All right, so I got 5 going this way. All right, so we are going to, and actually, because I was able to get so many across, all right, actually, yeah, I can kind of do, yeah, I'll probably just do, I don't think I can, yeah, I can't really do this. Actually, I mean, I technically could, but I want to make, I don't know if I'm going to have this much leeway on the other fabric, so I need to, actually, let me check. I'll get out the other fabric right now and see if it's the same width. If it is, I can do what I'm thinking about doing. If it's not, I'm going to have to rethink this. Okay, so let's see how long this is. Okay, this is definitely more than a yard of fabric. I think this is 2 yards of fabric. Oh my gosh, the selvage. This selvage, guys. Oh, this is so pretty. Okay, so this is Ruby Star Society. All right, so I need to see how long this is. Okay, so, all right, it's this way, and then, okay, yeah, this is definitely shorter, so I'm gonna need to trace this a little bit differently. Okay, I'm glad I checked, because I wouldn't have, isn't this like the most gorgeous fabric ever? I'm gonna have a lot of this too, so I should be able to make a few more projects with this. It's so pretty though. I just love this. All right, so I gotta trace things a little differently here. Okay. So I'm going to have a little more waste, you know, a little more fabric waste on this piece, but it's because I want this to match up with the other one. So we're just going to go, just going to do this. Okay. And it's because my other piece of fabric is not as long as this one. So I need to, yeah, keep this sort of, this basically the same. Actually, I'll start from the other end again and just do the same thing. Okay. So I'm going to go like this. I know this might, I'm kind of going all over the place here, but hey. All right, Lisa, sorry to hear about all the flood warnings. That's not, hopefully everyone stays safe. Floods are not fun at all. Okay, we're gonna cut this like this. Yeah, so there's gonna be a little bit of wastage here, but you know, I just wanna make sure I have enough of the other fabric, and this one is wider than the other piece, so I kind of have to roll with it. I will say making a cardboard template out of this makes it a lot easier, because with paper it's just so flimsy and it like flops around, but with cardboard, you know, I really, like, I have the pattern weights on it, but I really don't have to, you know, it stays pretty secure, so it makes tracing like quite a bit easier in my opinion. Okay, and then I'm going to be a little more generous too when I cut this whole piece. So I still have a lot of this, like I've been making so much stuff with this fabric and I still have a bunch of it left. So that's why I decided, hey, why not try to make some more stuff and try to list it in the Etsy shop? Why, I mean, why not, you know? Why not, right? Okay. All right. We'll cut these guys out. Oh wait, no, first we gotta cut this whole thing out, and then I'm gonna use that as a template for my other fabric as to how much fabric I really need, so I don't have that math mistake that I did before when I did not cut enough fabric. That really sucked. Actually, I wonder if I could use some of my mistake fabric for like a part of the pouch. Although that was the strawberry fabric, so small pieces of that fabric won't look very good because the print is fairly large. So if I use it for like a zipper tab or for like the pull tab on the side, it's not going to be very, you're not really going to be able to tell what it is. So that kind of is that's not ideal. Okay. I'm really using the heck out of these marking pens though, that's for sure. These come in handy. I really like this purple color. It's very noticeable. So I like that it's thick and it literally does disappear. So I've heard a lot of stuff about those friction pens and I shy away from using them because I've heard that the marks can show back up and I don't want that. I also saw a blog post a long time ago from someone who contacted the company that makes friction pens, and they were told directly by I don't know if maybe this has changed, but the person who contacted the manufacturer was told directly that the pens were not intended for that use as a marking pen. So that's why I personally do not use friction pens. I've just heard, like in cold climates or, you know, if the fabric gets cold, I've heard that the marks can reappear. So I personally do not use friction pens. All right. Definitely put your label on it. Yeah, I think it'll look cool. It'll be a little more time consuming, but I think it'll be worth it. I think that'll make it. And again, I think putting a branding on your products kind of helps to elevate just the vibe of it, if that makes sense. So I think that can, you know, if you're, again, making stuff to sell, I think that would be a good idea. Get your own labels, get some, you know, they can be custom or they can be more generic, like the cool ones that say like handmade or something like that. Or like one of a kind. So I've seen some cool, like, not personalized ones, but they were still really cool. But you can also get custom labels with your brand on it or with your name on it. So that could help with establishing your, if you're trying to establish yourself in the maker space. Okay, this is number 5. All right, so, all right. All right, so this is how big of a piece I'll need for the other fabric too, and I'm glad I found that out. So at least now I know how much to cut. All right, so I'm going to cut a chunk of this, just roughly, not like super exact. I'm just going to cut this a little larger than the pattern pieces, just to just for like margin of error and stuff. So we'll do that, and then I'll be interfacing the other fabric, but this will at least give me an idea of how much I need. I'm glad I was able to get a little bit more out of this. I think that's good, and I just want to give myself a fairly generous runway here, just in case, because I want to avoid what happened with the other pieces where I cut too small of a piece. So I'm cutting this a little larger than I need to be. And I'm actually using the pattern as a cutting guide. I'm sort of cutting like along the top of these. Yeah, I gotta say, these serrated scissors, man, these are nice. I like these. All right, so now I can put this fabric. Let's see, I'll cut this away too because, you know, or not, I don't know, maybe I'll keep it. Okay, now let's fold this back up here. Yeah, and you can see my sweatpants, guys. This is, I thought about calling this show Sewing in Sweatpants, but, you know, I decided to do live from the sewing room instead. So we'll just have this camera 2 up for just the fabric. We're going to fold this back up here. And I don't know about you, I always have a hard time refolding the fabric. the way it came. I find it difficult. Okay, what do I need to do now? Okay, so I think I need to like fold this way. I don't know. Yeah, this is, I don't even know how many yards of this. I think I ordered like 2 yards of it or something, but like look how much fabric is here. Okay, so we'll just sort of fold this back up. All right, and then I'm going to get out the other fabric and use that as a guide. All right, got other fabric. This is going to be, so this is going to be the outside fabric. And then this is going to be the lining fabric. All right, so I am going to, oh, this is so pretty. All right, I definitely want to save some of this salvage because this is so, this color is so cool. All right, so, and actually the good thing about this fabric is that it's not directional at all, so I could really cut it however way I want, and it would still look okay. Plus it's going to be interfaced, so it won't really stretch out because it will have something fused to it. All right, so I just need to basically line this up, and then that'll help me figure out how much to cut off. All right, so, all right, this is a little much. Okay, so I'm gonna cut around here. Okay. All right. Okay, this fits pretty perfectly. Okay. So this whole thing fits over here. All right, yeah, this fits. I've got just enough here. Okay, so let me see how wide this is, and maybe I'll just cut across there. All right, so let me get my, all right, so I definitely know this is going to fit. So this is, okay, this is about 12, this is pretty much 12 inches. Okay, so I need 12 inches across from here. Actually, I might want to, I wonder if I just want to cut this with a rotary cutter and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. So 12, about 12 inches. Actually, I might fold this back up and we'll cut it. I think it'll be easier to cut like this. Yeah, so I just need this to be this wide. Okay. But isn't this gorgeous fabric? This is so pretty. Okay. And I don't need that much. I really don't need that much of it. Okay, so I'm just going to use this as like a guide here and put this over it. So this, as long as I cut like a little more than this, I should be totally fine. Okay, yeah, I'll be totally fine here. Okay, so I feel pretty comfortable with this whole situation. All right, so now, oh, this is scary, but it's really like only about 1/3 of a yard, so it's not that much. I just want to make sure I've got plenty for this. Okay. Oh, it's almost kind of painful to cut this fabric because it's so beautiful. All right, and I'll tell you what fabric it is because I kind of forget the name of it. But this is so gorgeous. So this fabric is called, and this is totally out of print. I bought this years ago. This is Ruby Star Society by Melody Miller. And the name of it is called, oh, it's from the Rise. It was a collection called Rise. I'm not sure if this is the name of the fabric, if that was the name of the collection. Okay, it was just called Rise. But it's this gorgeous, it's like pink, it's like gold, oranges, and it's just beautiful. So I am excited to use this fabric, although I'm also a little bit, it's bittersweet because I've had this for so long. This is definitely like 1.5 yards. I probably bought this with the intention of like making some sort of clothing item with it, but it is really pretty and I haven't used it yet. I could still do quite a bit with it. So I still have I really didn't use that much of the fabric. So I could also use this as like a quilt. This would make a really great quilt backing, honestly. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do like a quilt. This would make a really cool quilt backing. So and the good thing about this is that because it is non-directional, I don't really have to worry about getting my, lining it up too straight. So that's another plus. So maybe we'll do that. I don't know. All right, let's get this all lined up here. All right, now I have to get interfacing to cover that whole piece. All right, so that's what's going next. Actually, we'll do that. Although I might need to cut out the lining pieces because the marking is starting to fade a little bit, so we may have to do that. But let me see. I feel like I cut out just enough, interfacing for this. I don't know. Or maybe not, I don't know. So I need about 12 inches. All right, yeah, I might have to cut some more, but I have plenty more of interfacing, so that's not really a problem. All right, again, my method here is like very primitive. It's not fancy at all. So what I'm gonna do is, I'll cut the interface and I'll cut the lining pieces, and then we'll work on this after that. So I need to get this, I need to cut this just a little bit shorter than this whole piece here. So, all right, so if I get, all right, here, I'll use this as a guide. And I need to cut like just a tiny bit shorter, Okay, something like this. All right, and now we'll just cut this guy. Yeah, this is a very primitive way of figuring out how much interfacing you need for the fabric, but I think this will work okay. So we'll just cut this. All right. Yeah, I have a whole other bolt of this interfacing, but I am actually starting to get to the end of this. So that's nice because I've had this for a while. I've used quite a bit of it. So I go through interfacing a lot. All right, so now we'll work on cutting out the lining pieces, and then we'll interface these other pieces. If I can get these cut out tonight, I would say that's a win. So this is going to be interfacing. I also need to press, but yeah, like this is a much smaller piece of fabric to work with, so this should be a lot less hassle than the bigger pieces for sure. All right, Lisa asks, is it hard for you to cut with your right hand? I thought you were a lefty. Lisa, I am a lefty, but I cut with my right hand. I don't know why. That's just the way I do it. So I don't know. I don't know why I do things. I don't know why that one specific thing I do with my right hand, but I've always cut with my right hand. All right, so man, my hands are gonna be so tired after cutting out all these freaking pieces. Okay. All right, let's get to cutting. Yeah, my hair still looks kind of crazy, but that's okay. It really needs to be out of my face for all this stuff. And because, as I mentioned before, when I cut out linings, I'll cut them out just inside the lines, and then I cut out my main fabric just outside the lines. So I keep forgetting this is the lining fabric, but it is. So we're gonna do that. Let's get to cutting. And I just find the lining fits a little bit better into the project when I do that. Okay, hopefully this doesn't take that long. We got 10 of these to cut, and then we'll interface those pieces. All right, we'll just, yeah. Here we go. And I think if we live stream during the week, I'm going to try to start earlier. I got a late start today because of daylight saving time. But I'm going to try to get started like maybe around like noon or 1 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. Today was just plus I had to get some stuff ready. So that just ended up taking longer today to get going than normal. So I'm going to try to start the live stream like around lunchtime during the week. So it's not like such a late start. Plus I realize most people are at work during that time. So I don't want to get started too much later than that. So hopefully I can get that going. But that's the thing, like I have to like get up. I got to like try to put on a little bit of makeup and get all the camera stuff ready. So I don't get up that early either. So it can be a little bit challenging. But I'm really going to try. Because I like doing this and I realize, you know, sometimes the timing's a little strange. Although I've seen some live streamers, they'll live stream at like 2 in the morning and get viewers. So, I mean, there's definitely people watching at like any time of the day. Okay, got this guy. All right, we'll definitely be doing more actual sewing. I think we'll do this on Tuesday. We'll definitely be doing more real sewing on Tuesday. Because all of the pieces will be cut out. And then I will turn this into a highlights video for the sewing report. So basically I'm going to condense like 20 hours of making these, or however long it takes, into a shorter video for the people who don't want to watch a live stream. So that's the plan. All right, this is almost done. All right, got 2 down, 8 more to go of these. So by the time this is finished, I'll have cut out 40. For 5 pouches, I will have cut out, wait, so there's 4 pieces per pouch times 5, wait, 20? Well, oh no, there's 1 for each side, so wait, 2, 4, so 4 times 10, because there's 10 pouches, yeah, 40 pieces, okay, yeah, I was thinking there was only 10 pouches, but there's going to be, wait, yeah, there's 10 pouches, yeah, 4 times 10, so 40, okay. All right, I have 6 more. Oh, jeez. All right, I'm gonna sort of I'm gonna sort of split this up so that I'm not holding on to like such a large piece. Let's do that. Yeah, these serrated scissors are seriously awesome. It's really just handling the fabric very well, and I just love that the fabric doesn't feel like it's getting away from me. This thing is great. Okay, all right. Whew, my hands are starting to cramp up a little bit. Oh, all right. 4 more to go. Ah. All right, it looks like I did not trace one of the pieces. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and finish this. Okay, one of them just didn't get, one piece just did not get done. Okay, all right, here we go. All right, 2 more to go. All right. Lisa, thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And if anyone's kind of just jumping in and you're wondering what's going on, I am making a batch of 10 zipper pouches. It's a pattern called the Petal pouch by Noodlehead Patterns. And we're in the cutting and tracing process. Often takes a long time. So I know it might not be like the most exciting thing in the world, but this is real life sewing. So I wanted to show the process and just how much time it actually takes. So welcome if you're new. I'm Jen with the Sewing Report, and we are live from the sewing room. It's almost 8:30, and we're still going. I'm gonna try to cut out all the pieces today and see how long this takes. But so far we are on hour 5. I think, yeah, we've been live for like 5 hours. So I'm on hour 5 of cutting and tracing and interfacing fabric and stuff. If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask in the chat or in the comments if you're watching on the replay. I mean, if you're on hour 5 of the replay later on, more power to you, because I know most people probably have a hard time watching a 5-hour recorded live stream. But if you are, feel free to ask any questions you have, in the comments. I'd also really love if you're here and you're not subscribed yet. I'm going to be doing more of these real-time sewing live streams, so you're welcome to join for that. Also, just a quick note, this whole live stream is sponsored by the Sewing Report Etsy shop. Quite a few of the supplies and fabric that are going to be featured in these live streams will be available in my Etsy shop. I'm also going to be listing these zipper pouches for sale in the Etsy shop. Yes, this is the first time I'm ever selling anything I made, other than like one small thing for a coworker. But this is the first time I've really tried to do it on Etsy. So once these pouches are done, I'm going to be listing them for sale in the Etsy shop. So you can find fabric, sewing supplies, and coming soon, handmade items. So check out everything. Last week we worked with this Wild Expedition fat quarter bundle. That was a lot of fun. I've got some sparkle vinyl that you can use for sewing and embroidery. Lots of stuff. We've got some nylon webbing, Christmas fabric that I still have. That's super cute, but I still have a lot of it. So that will continue to be available in the Etsy shop. But just a quick, got to do a quick plug for the Etsy shop, which is the sponsor of this live stream because I don't really have any sponsors. So, and this channel is not monetized. So if you are here, I'd love to have you as a subscriber. Hit the like button, show this live stream some love, and just come hang out and join in for as long as you can. I understand that, 5 hours is a long time for most people. So that's why I'm doing this, though, is so that you can kind of come and go as you, as you please at your convenience. And I'm still here doing stuff, and you can come back if you want. You can tune in on another day. So I'm thinking about doing another live stream on Tuesday to hopefully finish these. Really, the cutting and tracing part takes quite a while, especially if you're working with a pattern like this, where, and I was just thinking about this, sometimes if you're making something, but you can cut all the pieces using a ruler and a rotary cutter. Obviously, this process would probably go much faster, but because this has curved edges and other stuff going on, I really have to cut this by hand. So real life sewing is often slow sewing, and I really wanted to show the reality of it. So that's really the purpose for these live streams. It's not just for people who sew. If you just want to see what's going on and check out how things are made, then this is for you as well. Also, if you have any friends or family members that you think would enjoy this show, I would love if you could share a link to the channel with anybody that might be interested in seeing the sewing process. I've got some big plans for making stuff here, and hopefully sharing some information, having fun. And that's pretty much what this is going to be all about here at Sewing Report Live. I also have another channel called the Sewing Report, which is my main bigger channel, and I've got I think I have about 500 videos on there. So if you are looking for anything beginner sewing, I've got embroidery. I have a lot of videos that you can check out. I know this channel is like 2 weeks old, but I've been on YouTube for 7 years. So I've amassed quite a library of I focus a lot on beginner to intermediate sewing. I'm not an advanced sewist myself. So I stick to what I know, which is more beginner friendly. I really try to do beginner friendly stuff, not a lot of difficult projects. So this is sort of like sort of for like the casual hobbyist or someone who's just getting into sewing and you don't know what the heck is going on. I will be sewing on the Juki DDL 8700 industrial sewing machine, but I have a bunch of other sewing machines that are listed down below in the description box. And I do a lot of beginner tutorials on the Brother CS 7000i, which is a very budget-friendly machine that I think is a good one for beginners. If you're kind of doing some all-around multi-purpose sewing, I think it's a good one for that. If you have any questions, you're welcome to drop them in here and I will try to answer. And I'm hoping tonight I can at least get all these pieces cut out. I would consider that a win. All right, all of the lining pieces are now cut out. I feel accomplished. So I'm going to turn back on the heat press. The next thing I need to do is fuse this interfacing. This is Petal Shape Flex 101. It's a woven fusible, one-sided fusible stabilizer. So one side is fabric and then the other side is little glue dots. I'm going to be fusing this to this fabric and then tracing and cutting out more pieces so you can see how this takes forever. I'm also kind of hungry, so we'll see about that. But for anyone watching, welcome. I really appreciate you being a viewer here, and I really hope to bring, you know, some fun, entertainment, value, knowledge, pretty much anything. And we can have some fun, and I figured since I'm here anyways, I might as well be, you know, creating some type of content if I'm going to be making stuff to begin with. So that's sort of, you know, the idea behind this whole thing. All right, so I turn back on the heat press. I need some more water. Okay. And we are going to be fusing. Yes, it sounds exciting, but it's not that exciting. We're going to be fusing, interfacing to this fabric. Okay. And pressing it. So I have a spray bottle here with I don't use tap water. I'm like kind of anal about it. I use filtered water. Plus we just got a water softener, so hopefully the water quality is even better now. So to press things, I usually just spritz some water on my fabric, and then I'm using a heat press to press it. This is great for pressing larger pieces of fabric very quickly. And then I'll be doing some fusing. All right, so hopefully this goes somewhat fast here. All right, the pressing machine you use, this is, all right, if you're kind of new to the channel, I have a rather contentious history with the brand that makes this heat press. But if you go to Amazon and just type in heat press for crafts, it'll come up, and there's also a bunch of generic versions of it. I would recommend the generic versions. I've heard equally good things about them. I just don't want to give this company any more promotion just due to the history. But if you're not familiar, I do have a playlist with kind of what happened with this particular company. But this is a very popular crafting company that makes things for scrapbooking and things like heat transfer vinyl type stuff. So you could probably figure it out. I'm not going to name, this company is going to be unnamed just because I just do not wish to give them any free promotion at all. All right. Might need some more. Oh, maybe I don't need water. I'm probably good for now. All right. So this works well. I have it set at 400 degrees. Yes, the company shall remain unnamed. I'm really going to do my best not to really talk about this company in a positive light because I don't really have anything more to say about it. All right. Hopefully this goes somewhat fast. We'll see. Okay. So now, all right, I'm going to take myself away and we are going to fuse the interfacing. So when I do it, there is one side of the interfacing that has little glue dots on it. So you want the glue dots to be face down on the wrong side of the fabric. So, all right, and I cut it just, so it should just about fit. Okay. All right, and I'm just going to, let's see here. Basically, I'm going to wet this a little bit, and I'm just going to put a little bit of heat on it just so that it kind of stays in place while I do some other stuff. All right, so I just want to get this sort of, this is almost like basting, so it's sort of like, so it's sort of stuck. It's not quite fused all the way, but I just want it to be enough where I can like cut cut the rest of this. So I'm going to cut off the piece. This is longer than the fabric, so I'm just going to cut this off. But, okay. All right, so I need to kind of, Okay, this should be good. All right, so I'm just going to, so hopefully this gives you a good idea of just my little tips and tricks on this kind of thing, fusing, interfacing. This heat press, though, does make it easy to just do it very quickly. Okay, all right, and then I just need another, and then I'm going to go back and, you know, finish the fusing. I'm going to kind of set this a little more permanently once I place it onto the fabric. So, okay, it's about here. This is kind of going off a little bit, but it'll be all right. So see, it's not totally set down where I can still sort of pick it up and move it around, which is what I'm going to do. Okay, so I kind of want it to go a little more this way, but it'll be all right. Okay, so, okay, that kind of moved around a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna have to cut off a little bit of excess here, and you can kind of see where that is. Okay. All right, so I'm going to cut off this here because I definitely don't need this. So now I have a piece of interfacing that I can use for something else, which I know I will. So I've got a whole nice chunk that I could use for like my little loop, my little pull loop on the side. So I can use it for that. I can use it for another project. So I want to save this because there's a pretty good size scrap here that I can use for something else. Okay, I also need to trim off. I don't really want any of the interfacing hanging off the sides like this. So I'm just gonna like do a little trim job here and trim this off. Also, are the Oscars starting soon? I don't even know. They probably, hopefully they're already on, I don't know. So I'm gonna trim that off and then, all right, we'll finish, kind of, there we go. Sort of fuse this, and then I'm going to finish fusing the interfacing on the right side of the fabric. So we're gonna do that. But this is basically just to get the fabric to get stuck to the interfacing so that it doesn't move around. So here is the piece. Okay, we are about ready to rock here. All right, so from the front side, I'm going to spray this with more water. And then just press and hold for a little bit. I'm going to do each side and then just continue this the whole way down the fabric and then keep spraying more water on each section and it'll fuse pretty well to the fabric. And like, look, this didn't really take very long at all. So this is my method for applying interfacing. It's not exactly according to the manufacturer's instructions, but it works for me, so I'm gonna keep doing it. All right, look how pretty this metallic on this fabric is. So beautiful. I love this. All right. So now I'm gonna move this down a little bit. Okay, so you're gonna move this down and then keep going the whole way. So again, I'm basically doing this in like a couple minutes, so it really doesn't take long at all. All right, see? There we go. It's fused nicely. I've got one more little section here. All right, I'm just gonna sort of overlap this a little bit. So I basically just have this piece here, and then we're good to go. Yeah, I love this fabric. It's so cute. I've had this for quite a long time too. Okay, I think that's good. All right, so we're good with this. I turned off the heat press, so now I've got to trace pieces onto here. The good thing with this, because it's not thick like the canvas, I can see through it a bit, so I'll know roughly, like when I'm tracing the pattern pieces, I'll have a better idea of what's there. And this is not a directional fabric, so I mean, I don't know. Let's see what way we want up. Yeah, the flowers are kind of going in any different direction, so it really doesn't matter. I think I should be able to do... All right, I think I'll have this way be up, but like really you could do anything because the flowers are kind of going all over the place. But we'll do that. I'll have this way, I'll have this side be the kind of up side, so we'll do that. So let's get out the pattern pieces again, and we'll start this. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I definitely have plenty. The good thing is I have plenty of room to clear everything, so that should be fine. Yeah, so this is good. And I'll overlap. You're gonna have a 1/2 inch seam allowance, so you really can overlap this a bit and it'll be fine. Okay. Actually, I'll start like I'll start down here and kind of see how things shake out. Okay, so we'll do this and we'll start. Actually, yeah, this is the selvage, so I kind of have to start around here. All right. And we're gonna cut out 10 of these. Okay, yeah, definitely plenty. Okay, yeah, I got plenty of room here. Unlike the other piece I did, so this is going to be the outside fabric of the smaller petal pouches that I'm making. All right, here we go. And I'm going to be, you know, I might trace a few and then cut out a few just so that my hand gets a little bit of break from the scissors and I'm not cutting constantly. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. If any of you guys have tips on cutting down on fatigue from scissors, that would be cool. And as I mentioned previously, when I'm cutting out any sort of pattern with like a lining, I will cut the main fabric a little bit out, like just outside the lines, and then I'll cut the lining just inside the lines. So I'm going to be doing that for this project as well. Okay, here we go. All right, and I don't have to worry too much about placement on this fabric because, you know, it's kind of going, there's really no direction for it and there's flowers everywhere. So this is pretty forgiving in terms of fussy cutting. You really don't have to be too fussy about it at all because everything pretty much looks good on this fabric. And there's not like a specific direction it has to be oriented. So if you are a beginner to sewing, one thing you can do to kind of hide mistakes or like pick a fabric that's not going to be really tricky to work with is picking a fabric like this that doesn't have a specific direction and will look good pretty much any way you cut it and any placement. So pick something like you could do also solid fabrics will also do the same thing. So you could do a solid fabric, or you could pick a very kind of busy print like this is very forgiving for new sewists. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cut these out now. So I've got 4. So we'll go ahead and do this just so I'm kind of breaking up the process a little bit. I think that will kind of help a little bit. So let's do that. And I'm cutting out just outside all the lines. All right, let's cut around here. I think this might help with my hand situation a bit. Hopefully, we'll see. So I'm going to cut just outside the lines here. And this will also kind of make it so that I'm not like trying to wrestle with like a huge piece of fabric. So maybe this will be good for me. I don't know. Okay. I feel like maybe it's just me. I feel like I'm getting a little bit faster with this. I don't know. The first pieces took forever. They were also bigger, so I'm sure that had something to do with it. But I do feel like I'm starting. That's one thing you'll notice if you make a project, especially a pattern you haven't made before, the more you make it, the easier and faster you get. So say it takes me 20 hours to make 10 pouches. If I did the same thing over and over again, All right, can everybody hear me now? All right, let me see if we got some audio here. Let me check. All right, it looks like we do. Wow, I've never had that. So these are wireless microphones. I've actually never had this die on me before. I've never used it that long. So apparently I ran it out. So I guess it can go about 6 hours before you need to switch it out. Good to know. Let me know if everybody can hear me. Okay. Okay, so that, I wonder how long this has not had audio. I'm not even sure. All right, so is the sound good right now? All right, so yeah, so this needs to be charged up. So I have this little chargy thing here. All right, so this was number 1. All right, so we are going to be charging this. Yeah, I've never had that happen before. That's interesting. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so that just, I can't believe I managed to run out the battery on my wireless mic. That's pretty interesting. All right, so we got that situated. I guess now I know for future reference, if I'm going to be doing a live stream for about 6 hours or more, I need to, I'm going to have to switch out the battery, the mics. That's good to know. Okay. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't even know. Not even sure. But whatever. All right, we got 2 more left. So we're going to be cutting out the fabric. Then next time, I think the next time will be, I got to do some zipper prep. And then we'll be putting these things together. I also need to, maybe in the meantime, so you guys aren't like bored to tears or anything, maybe I can try to get all of the zipper, like the zipper tabs and my little like side pull tabs. Maybe I can get those cut out so that I'm not doing it during the stream, so that, you know, we can kind of move things along a little. I know this was a little bit slow. I wanted to do more of this prep beforehand, but I didn't really get a chance to because I was editing the video for today for the main channel. So I didn't really get to, I wanted to do more of this beforehand because I know on camera this is not like the most visually appealing thing ever or exciting thing. Also, I guess I don't really need the sewing camera anymore either, but the camera's been on, that camera's been on for 6 hours. Last week we went live for almost 5 hours. Today it's definitely at this, going to be at the 6 hour mark. But thanks everyone for sticking with me. I hope this had audio. I hope this audio issue hasn't been going on for a long time, because I honestly don't know. But yeah, so I killed my my mic pack. So I guess it can, 6 hours in, I'm gonna have to change it. So that's good to know, I guess, for future reference. But we're getting to the home stretch of this at least the cutting of this project. We still have a long ways to go. But honestly, like, I don't know how you feel, but tracing and cutting out the pattern pieces often is one of the most, like, prepping all the stuff to sew is really one of the most time-consuming things of this all, for, you know, at least for me. So once you get that done, I think too, for some of my future lives, I may try to get some of this done in between so that also I don't have to do this, you know, totally on camera. I don't know. How do you feel? Do you like seeing everything, or would you prefer, you know, would you prefer I do some of the prep off you know, beforehand, or do you like seeing it all? Do you want to see all the tracing and cutting? I mean, that's the thing. That's a little more real, so I can see both ways. It's honestly a little more quote-unquote real to see how much it takes to cut out all of these pieces and how long it takes to fuse interfacing and do all of the, like, less sexy stuff of sewing. Like, I totally get that. So, I don't know. How do you feel about that on the stream? Would you prefer to see all of this, or would you prefer to see some of the more exciting stuff and have me try to prep the materials beforehand a little bit better? I know I didn't really do a good job of that. But the other thing I think that benefit is that you got to see my whole thought process between picking the fabrics and then trying to fuse all the interfacing. So, I mean, I can see some benefit to that too for viewers, that you can actually really see everything that goes into it and not just the quote-unquote fun parts. So, I don't know. So, But yeah, I'm gonna make some, I think I'll make some pasta. I gotta take out the, I know, very exciting stuff. I gotta take out the trash tonight. It'll be a wild night here at the Sewing Report household. All right, so maybe the steps for one bag and the rest prepped. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I like that. So if I trace and cut out one, okay, so I have most of them ready, but have one that so I'm not tracing and cutting out 40 pieces, but I'm tracing and cutting out like a few of them. I kind of like that. I appreciate that. Because that's the thing. I don't want to skip that entirely because that's part of the, that's part of the process. So I don't know. The other thing is that, say you saw how long it took me to do this. Why not do it off camera when I can just do it on camera and show you in chat? Otherwise, there's less of this period. I don't know. I could go either way, but I like the idea of having a lot of stuff prepped and then having one to do on the live stream. So I don't know. I'm down for whatever. All right, so we have all of the. All right, so now let me press this again. I feel like there's a little bit of wrinkly stuff. Okay. All right. So now we have all pattern pieces cut for, I'm making 10 pouches. So there's 4 pieces to each pouch, so I had to cut 40 pieces out. I think we're going to wrap things up pretty soon. Yeah, I kind of like Rose Petal's upcycle idea. Okay, so yeah, that'll be more stuff off camera for me to prep. I need to be a little more organized too with my projects. I wasn't even sure what I was going to be doing yesterday. I knew I wanted to do a live stream today, but I wasn't even sure what I was going to do. And I didn't have my fabrics picked out or anything. So I like that idea. That also means that I need to have more of a game plan and figure out the fabrics before I start the live stream and have everything kind of, for the most part, done. So I like that idea. Well, I really appreciate everybody's input. So, I mean, yeah, because that's the thing. If someone tunes in and they're just watching some person just cutting for 4 hours, that might not be the most exciting thing. But I like that idea. I think we'll do that. So I'll try to prep so if I have 9 of these already cut, then, so if I have 9 of these already cut, then I'll have one that I cut on camera, but it doesn't take forever, especially since I am going to be doing this batch sewing stuff probably quite a bit. I think that makes sense. So I really appreciate the input. I think that's a really good idea. Okay. Oh, my computer. Let me try to use this little mouse pad. Okay, I'm going to need to. All right, let me get this mouse pad. Wow, check out my mouse pad here. This is this has so much lint on it and stuff from all the fabric I've been cutting. Okay. Let's lint. This definitely needs to be lint rolled really badly. Okay, wow. Oh my gosh, look at all this. This is all just fuzz that kind of flew off from the fabric and stuff. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Rose Petal's upcycle, I like that idea. Okay, so that means if I'm going to do a live stream, I need to have a plan, and then I'll have most of the stuff prepped, but maybe have one to cut to show you. Just because that's the thing. If I skip tracing and cutting entirely, you wouldn't see, you'd be kind of missing a few of the steps if I don't show some of that on camera. But I agree. I don't need to show all 40 pieces. Maybe I just show 4, the lining, the outside fabric, and then have the rest prepped. So I kind of like that idea. So, but anyways, I'm going to sign off and I'm going to make some pasta. I got to take out the trash. I got to get, some other stuff done tonight. But I really appreciate everyone tuning in and for shopping the Etsy store. And I will see you probably on Tuesday. But if you haven't rang the notification bell, definitely do that. So I think I'm going to try to get started Tuesday, maybe around noon or 1 o'clock. So we'll plan on that. At least I've already got this stuff all done and everything, so then we can get to the actual sewing. But I like your idea that, because I do plan on sewing not just one of an item like I did last week. I do plan on sewing, a lot like multiples of an item, because that's the thing, if you're going to be making one, why not make 5 or 10 or whatever, you know? So, but yeah, this is kind of the tedious part, and I can get this prep work done on the days I don't live stream and get that done in between and all that stuff. So I really appreciate everybody for tuning in. Again, I am Jen with the Sewing Report, and this is live from the sewing room here in Florida. We've been having some fun today. I got to get some food and take care of some other household chores, but it's been real, everybody. Check out some of the other, I tried to also link some previous live streams and other videos that I thought people coming to this channel might be interested in, so check some of those out. But have a great week, everyone, and I will see you later.